Birdgang Travel does it right. How they get the fans together is phenomenal.
They make it very easy. They think of every detail. They make it as easy as can be. You meet a lot of other Cardinal fans, and it's a great time.
Some of us that can't afford it, and anything else, the package is awesome.
You get to meet all kinds of people that you may sit next to at the stadium, and then all of a sudden you don't realize you get here and you go, oh man, you sit next to me.
1 through 10, definitely a 10.
Rise up! Let's go Birdgang!
Hey, what up, Bird Gang? Gives me chills. I love watching that video. I go off right at the end. It's the perfect ending right there. Can't wait to get back on the road this season. But anyways, guys, Eric, Tyler, and we're going to have some guests. Welcome to year 2 of the Bird Gang virtual online draft. Tyler, I know last year we were like, screw this. I hope we never have to do this crap again. We can get together and party. But here we are, second time around. But we look good.
Yeah.
Oh, you just muted yourself, I think. Hold on. Where are you at? No, hear you, Tyler. Unmute. Killed yourself. You guys can hear us. I don't know. Can anybody hear us? See if you can hear something, Tyler. Have we got some sound? Well,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, there you go. Whatever you shut off, don't ever touch it again.
No, I killed my mic here. I don't know what I did, but that's broken. So now I'm going out of the computer. There we go. Well, yeah,
right.
Definitely weren't expecting to do this again from this capacity. Thought we'd be with a big group of people. But here we are, and exciting to have everyone along. Look at all the comments. This is good stuff already.
Yeah. What's up,
welcome
guys?
to the 2021 draft extravaganza virtually with Eric and myself. Coming up here in a couple minutes, Alex Clancy from the Locked On Cardinals podcast. He'll be joining to give his insight and what he thinks is going to happen today. Obviously, a lot of news coming out of the NFL. Like, how about Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, wow, that came out of nowhere, huh? All of a sudden, Aaron Rodgers, I went out of Green Bay.
And it scares me that all signs point towards the 49ers. So
Yeah.
it makes me a tad bit nervous. But we'll see. I think it's going to make for a fun draft tonight because you could see quarterbacks on the move, which I didn't think was going to be possible about a month ago. But definitely think things could change this evening.
Yeah. Hey, really quick, I just noticed we really didn't coordinate our jerseys, but we both went old school, throwing a little back to Eric Swan days. And what's the number 16 signify, Tyler?
Well, we have the 16th pick. It's not only Jake Plummer, but we have the 16th pick this evening, and really looking forward to seeing what the Cardinals will do. I personally don't think they stay at 16. I think they trade up or trade back. Obviously, we'll get more into this as the evening goes on. But I'm wearing 16 in thoughts that maybe they'll stay, but I could see this definitely changing this evening.
Yeah, no, definitely. I just want to give a quick shout out to people mentioning happy to see me. Thanks for all the well wishes, guys. If you guys didn't know, I was in the hospital, had a rare find of a kidney cancer. Had a kidney removed. It was a week ago on Tuesday, so I spent a few days in the hospital over at the Mayo. Doctors took care of me there, and hopefully I'm on the road to recovery. Got one good kidney, and hope that baby's pounding away. So I am now enjoying Sprite only. And a lot of
drinking for Eric. Glad you could make it to the show. You planned your kidney removal around this show, so
hey, I was fully set up ready to go live from the hospital. I don't know if their internet would have supported it as much as mine does, but I did what it takes. So got some nice scars, just healing up still, but they did a great job. I'm just happy to be here, man. I told my doctor, I said, just bring me back, man. I got to see a Super Bowl. So hopefully one of these days, I held out and everything takes care of, and praise be to God that I'm still here and able to, enjoy it and have fun and joke about it now. But some scary moments there, definitely, when it comes out of nowhere like that. Makes football seem kind of irrelevant in the great scheme of things. But I just wanted to throw a quick video out there. You want to take a little quick break, and then I think are we going to have Alex on first, or Blake on, or who we got coming up?
Alex Clancy from the Locked On Podcast will join us right after this video.
Yeah, I just want to throw a video out there, guys. 2020 was kind of rough. We didn't have a lot to cheer about. Some of the fans got to make it to a few games. I know me and Tyler were lucky enough to attend a couple and shoot out to Dallas and watch that game out there. But just wanted to throw a couple quick highlights out there just to pump you up for this season, and just a couple things we'd look forward to of what happened last year.
Shotgun snap to Kyler Murray from the pocket, deep pass, left side going for Hopkins, one-handed catch and a touchdown. DeAndre Hopkins was blanketed by a jet, but it don't matter.
That is big time with a one-hand snag.
Murray in shotgun has the football. Short set, throws a deep ball. Left side, single coverage, and it is pulled in by DeAndre Hopkins, and he's got a touchdown. What a throw by Kyler Murray, and what a catch by Nuke.
Come on, yo! Let's go!
Shotgun snap to Murray, drops back to throw, fires left side, Hopkins. DeAndre Hopkins puts his hands up and he catches it, and it's a touchdown. I have no idea how he caught that ball. DeAndre Hopkins' hands are as good as we've ever seen in the National Football League. I have no idea how he caught that football with the defender all over him. Snap to Murray. Drops back to throw. Looking deep, airing it out, middle of the field. He's got Kirk. It's caught at the 40. Kirk at the 30, the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. An 80-yard strike. Kyler Murray to Christian Kirk.
What a great throw. Kyler Murray laid it out there, and Christian Kirk went and got it.
Murray back to throw, flushed out, rolling left in trouble, slips a tackle, gotta launch it. He does. Left side, into the end zone, jump ball, and it is. Is it caught? Is it caught? Oh my goodness, DeAndre Hopkins caught it! He caught it for a touchdown with 1 second left! I can't believe it! You've got to be joking me! Hopkins reaches up with 3 defenders around him and pulls it in, and the Cardinals lead it 32-30 with a second left.
Oh my God, you're the best!
We'll bring him in.
Whew. What do you guys think? You ready? Who's ready for some football? That was mainly a DeAndre Hopkins highlight reel, but come to think of it, that's pretty much what we had last season, right?
Yeah, no, at this time, that was great. I'm now excited and hope we can get to maybe some full stadiums. But at this time, my man Alex Clancy from the Locked On Cardinals podcast. And Alex, how's it going, man? I've been listening to your guys' shows all week, getting me hyped for tonight.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Alex, I was listening 2 days ago. You had Cam, who will be on our show later. It sounded like between you and your co-host, Bo, little debate about Najee Harris and should the Cardinals go running back at 16. So let's dive right in there and start with the Cardinals at 16. Well, let's start first. Do the Cardinals move from 16?
I don't think so. Unless there's rumors that there's going to be a lot of teams that want to trade up potentially in the top 10. Obviously, that takes the Cardinals out of it. I think they're just going to stick and take a guy that they want at 16 if he's there. I mean, I'm a huge proponent of Caleb Farley. I'm not a doctor. Most people that say that his back is an issue aren't doctors. The doctors cleared him to play. So I'm not exactly sure why people won't take that at face value. I think could be the best corner in the draft if he stays healthy, and he will be there at 16. So I think they'll stick and pick at 16.
Awesome. Now let's pretend he is gone, and it is a running back. Because here's my thing. Here's where I sit on the fence here. My gut has always said, don't take a running back. At this point, we've seen teams, the Niners a couple of years ago had a three-headed monster that did pretty well to get them to the big dance. You see teams each and every year pulling this off where you basically find guys off the scrapyard and you can have a great run game. So with us, I say don't spend money, don't spend draft picks, especially high draft picks on them. If the Cardinals, if that were the option, I mean, let's say the O-line's not there, the corners aren't there, the three receivers aren't there, Kyle Pitts, who I would love for them to go up and grab, if he's not there, do they go Harris? Do they go running back?
There's only 15 picks ahead of him, man. Somebody's going to be there that's not a running back. They don't have the 90th pick in the first round. I mean, there's 5 quarterbacks, there's two offensive linemen, 3 wide receivers, and Kyle Pitts, and 3 corners or 2 corners, depending on what you think about Caleb Farley. There's going to be an option not named running back position wise. So it just depends on if, it's not a recipe for success. As much fun as it would be to cover Najee Harris every Sunday for hopefully the next 10 years, it doesn't translate to victories when it matters. And if you look at the schedule for the Cardinals next year, they have a murderer's row of wide receivers that they play. They play the NFC North, Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, Adam Thielen, Allen Robinson. They play the AFC South. They have a bunch of good receivers there. And then it's a lot of wide receiver ones in the NFC West they have to play twice. And running backs won't stop wide receiver ones from the opposing team.
True. Yep.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, I agree with you.
It would be fun, though. Listen, it would be fun. I'm not trying to, urinate in your cereal here, but it's
I'm not a proponent for taking Harris. I really don't believe you should spend the capital on it on a running back position. I just don't. But
yeah,
it would be exciting for them to have what you thought you had in David Johnson initially, a dominant running back where you don't have to worry about it, right? I mean, that's kind of been a problem for the Cardinals for a little bit, not having a running back to go to.
Yeah, I mean, the one positive for it, and it's a stretch at 16. Now, if they were to trade back and be able to accumulate a second or third round pick or something like that, if that were to happen and you trade back to the late 20s, we could have a different conversation about it. But if you can bring in a high impact running back, that will allow Kyler Murray to not have to run the ball as much. And that's the goal. You don't want Kyler Murray in front of the line of scrimmage if you don't have to. If you don't have to see it. So that's something that would definitely benefit the Cardinals. I just think the draft is a crapshoot to begin with. And if you draft a running back at 16 and it doesn't work, you're going to look even dumber than Steve Keim already looks.
Hot take.
Was that too much? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there you go. Burying my guy Keim. What are we doing? No, obviously a lot of fan base has had a hard time with Steve's picks over the past few years.
Yeah.
Not a lot to show for it. Now, speaking of that, the Cardinals, and you kind of alluded to it there, the Cardinals don't have a lot of picks this year, especially in the upper rounds. Do you see them trading back somewhere? Maybe not in the first, but in the second, just to pick up some more picks? Where do you see that going? Because Keim, it seems like he really values that draft capital.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple different schools of thought. One, keep it simple for Steve Keim. The fewer picks possible, the better, and just hope you hit on them. Or, I mean, trading back in the second round is interesting. It depends on, what handful of guys they would see at 49. If they drop back to the mid to late 50s, if there's a handful of guys that they know they'd get one by trading back and you can get a third round pick, you do it. But remember, I mean, Rodney Hudson's their third round pick and DeAndre Hopkins is their fourth round pick. So it's not like they just lost them, in the couch and they didn't get anything in return for him. But as it sits right now, which is really jarring, and if you did a lot of mock drafts, like I'm sure you guys did, I use the Draft Network. There are 111 picks between the second and fifth round picks for the Cardinals. That's 2 football teams worth that they're going to have to sit and wait. So that would definitely be a point to trade back. I just don't know if you trust Steve Keim, who's graded as the worst GM over the drafts over the past, 4 or 5 years.
100%. Shout out to Paige DeMacos and the Draft Network there. Yeah. She was a great guest last year on the show. Alex, you kind of alluded to some of the offseason acquisitions. Let's talk about that. J.J. Watt, team has definitely felt over the past few years that they really have lacked leadership. I would almost date it back to when Patrick Peterson started demanding trades. For a while, Patrick was kind of the vocal leader. And then once trade conversations came up and things of that nature and the team wasn't performing, it's almost like there was no leader in that locker room. I mean, Fitz is a great leader and all, but there wasn't a vocal leader. Adding J.J. Watt, how big do you think that is for this season?
It's huge. It's huge. I mean, Arizona landscape across all professional sports, they don't have rah-rah leaders. It's Paul Goldschmidt, it's Steve Nash. I mean, until Chris Paul came, there hasn't been a leader in Arizona. I mean, Kyler Murray's not going to be that guy. I mean, he does it in his own ways. It's not like he's not a leader, doesn't have leadership qualities. But Larry Fitzgerald, I guess, has been a leader because he's been the best player. But J.J. Watt adds something, even if he's only, say, worst case scenario, 50% of what he was, 3 or 4 years ago. The foundation of this team got stronger with signing him. Leadership, strength, aggression. He's been to the playoffs multiple times. He's won playoff games. That's something that is paramount for a young squad that's still trying to find who they are, what their strength is. And I think this offseason that we found that they looked at the pass rusher like this is going to be the strength. And they went out and executed with Chandler Jones coming off injury. That's the plan because something's going to have to cover up the weak cornerback room right now. And with J.J. Watt and then A.J. Green, I think A.J. Green's got plenty left in the tank. He's been one of my favorite players forever. He's the Larry Fitzgerald of Cincinnati. He had poor quarterback play pretty much for the extent of his career. He had Michael Thomas catch share radius. Like it's the double teams that he's seen over the extent of his career has been insane with the numbers that he's put up. So I think those two acquisitions are going to be huge, not only on the field, but in the locker room. Definitely.
100%. Well, Alex, Rod, you talk about the offensive line. Let's talk about Hudson and the addition there. Offensive line obviously has not been a strong suit of Arizona since, I mean, you can go back to the playoff run, the Super Bowl run, over 10 years ago. And even then, that O-line wasn't great. I think Kurt Warner made him great or made him, sustainable. What do you think his addition now adds to this offensive line? And do you see the offense now with what they do at running back? Do we see more of a split? Last year it was very pass heavy. Obviously, it's always going to be pass heavy, but do we get some resemblance of a run game this year?
Yeah, Rodney Hudson he's like I try to equate it like the center of the offensive line is like the spine. You need a strong base, and the Cardinals haven't had it. And ever since Kyler Murray's been drafted, Kyler Murray's legs has been the best offensive lineman the Cardinals have had, and that's not something that you want. It's a nice bonus to have. But the fact that the offensive line was graded so high through the first half of the season last year was because Kyler was rushing between 70 and 100 yards a game. He was never in the damn pocket. So it's easy for an offensive lineman. It's like a cornerback only having to cover for 2.5 seconds. Kyler's gone. With Rodney Hudson there, with DJ Humphries showing that when he doesn't have to put as much pressure on himself with a pocket quarterback, he can play 16 games. And then Kelvin Beachum has been a vision last year, and them re-signing him for $2 million. They're setting themselves up for success, and it begs the question, why not draft an interior offensive lineman at 16 and solidify it for the next 5 or 7 years? But the acquisition of Rodney Hudson was big. It was big. It's going to make everything. It's going to make everything easier.
100%. I mean, as the team stands now, let's just ask. I mean, what do you see? What would be your guess over under on wins this year?
Oh boy. They have a murderer's row schedule.
100%.
They have a murderer's row schedule. Like last year. So just a little quick aside. The comparison is what San Francisco did when they went, I think they went 12-4 and went to the Super Bowl that year. They took advantage of every little transgression that other teams gave them the opportunity to take advantage of. The Cardinals had the opportunity last year to do that, at least make it to the playoffs, win 10 or 11 games, and they didn't do it. The fact that you go 0-2 against 2 backup quarterbacks in week 16 and week 17, regardless of Kyler getting injured or not, they played mostly backup quarterbacks that year, last year. Like they played, people were injured. Like they lost to Matt Stafford. They lost to a bunch of teams you're not supposed to lose to. They could have easily won 10 or 11 games last year. And that was with an easy schedule. The over-under for me, I think before it went to 17 games, The over-under was 8. Maybe that was when they went to 17 games. I can't find 8 wins.
Ooh.
I can't find them.
Not what we want to hear tonight.
No, but like, and this is not. I want them to win, 14 games. I want them to be the ones. I want to see a damn playoff game in Arizona. But I can't look at a schedule and tell me where you can find 8 wins. Like, it's Jacksonville, maybe. Who knows if Trevor Lawrence is the next best thing? It's not just the bad teams are getting better. And the Cardinals did not take advantage of what they were supposed to take advantage of last year. And just go back and look at the schedule and who they played and who they played this year. I mean, it's going to be brutal. Hopefully, and what if Aaron Rodgers ends up in San Francisco? So it could get so much worse for the Cardinals, or all these offseason moves in a good draft could solidify them to a 9-win team from here on out. And Zane Gonzalez, listen, okay? Zane Gonzalez can be scapegoated. That's fine. Cliff Kingsbury doesn't know how to manage time. Okay. Cliff Kingsbury put Zane Gonzalez in a couple bad spots.
I'm going to say ding, ding, ding. That is my biggest fear is at the head coach slot.
Yeah. So let me ask you quickly. I'm going to turn the damn tables here. Okay. Would you rather have the Cardinals win 5 or 6? They're going to win more than that. Say they win 7 games this year and Cliff Kingsbury get fired. And then you see, oh man, Brian Daboll and Eric Bieniemy, neither of them took jobs this offseason like everybody thought they were going to. Maybe they'd be the perfect leader for this offense. Or have the Cardinals win 9 or 10 games, and then you're stuck with Cliff at that point. Would you rather rip the Band-Aid off or just win 10 games and just kind of hope that it gets better from there?
I'm going to have a horrible take, and I think you agree with it. Just from a fan's perspective, watching last season, there was many times in last season where I'm like, I don't normally point at the coach because I think the players got to play. But there was a lot last year where I was like, Cliff's the problem. I don't think it's the guys on the field. I think they had plenty of talent. I think he doesn't have the reins on Murray. You see a lot of times where Murray is kind of pouty, boo-boo face on the bench, where you see other quarterbacks when they're struggling, they got the tablet in their hand, they're talking to the coach, they're looking things over. I saw multiple times during last season Murray on the bench and just looking left and right, not looking at any tablet, and you could see the disgust on his face, and then you saw the chirping between him and Cliff, and that's where, from a fan perspective, just outside looking in, it almost looks like Cliff just doesn't have control, and a lot of his decision making's bad, and I'm with you. I don't want them to have a losing season, but if it leads to the change there, and I'm one of the ones, okay, I'm a little weird here. I don't necessarily want to see Keim go because I think what he's done in trades, free agency, has been very valuable over many years, and you see a lot of teams don't do any of that. Now, you also see a lot of teams hit on the draft, so they don't have to do those things. But some of the players that he's brought to town and the quality of teams I think he's put out there, I think if we had the right coaches in place, which again could be his fault. I mean, it's a give and take, right? Like, I want to see the right coaches in place and someone that has some experience at the head coaching position. I almost would love to see a retread, but someone that we can see and hopefully with the team that he puts out there, can they win?
Yeah, one of my favorite things I used to say until before Jared Goff got traded, is to say Jared Goff would win because of Sean McVay. And if Kyler Murray wins, it'll be in spite of Cliff Kingsbury. And that's what we're seeing.
100%.
That's what we're seeing. And Cliff, I want him to succeed. I want the juice boxes and the fruit snacks and the fruit during OTAs and the phone breaks and all that stuff. I would love that for that to be the future of coaching and stuff because it sounds awesome. But
and the fair houses.
Yeah. Put some socks on, man. Sweet mother. It's never worked before. He's a pre-calculus student that failed pre-calculus and got bumped up to AP Calc. He's never won, ever. He's never won. So why would he win now? He's not. Yeah. So people run down the things. Okay, let's run down the things that Cliff Kingsbury's not good at. Play calling from the first play to the last play offensively. Okay. Time management, timeout management, player personnel management. Oh, you mean so coaching? So he's not good at coaching because those are the 4 pillars of coaching. And yeah. Nice little slip in there for your boy Keim. Well, I guess he does hire the coaches. So yeah, maybe it is. The 2018 was Steve Keim's fault. They scored less points per game in 2018 than the 2008 Detroit Lions, who went 0-16.
I protect my guy.
Because you're right. He's so polarizing with the trades. The things that he's done is unbelievable. You do not get credit for Kyler Murray because you ran unopposed. The Budda Baker trade up was the best move that he made in the draft. Over David Johnson, over everything. It was a third-round stab, and it happened to work for a year. David Johnson wasn't great outside of a year and a half. And Budda Baker, moving up and getting him, he's going to be the anchor for this defense, hopefully for the next decade. So, I mean, I don't know. The definition of insanity, man.
Alex, I don't want to end on this negativity, but I know you've got a busy day ahead of yourself. You guys got a big
I'm
thing.
good. I love talking about this stuff. I just don't want to blow smoke up people's asses instead of just having a conversation about it, you know? I'd rather be honest about it than just say, oh, it's going to be fine, guys. They're going to win 10 games. It's going to be great. Let's have like a real conversation, you know?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Do you think an Aaron Rodgers or do we see any big names get moved tonight? Let's go away from Cardinals for a minute. But
I hope so. Let's get weird.
Really fun. Yeah.
Let's get weird. Who cares? Like Julio Jones, who cares? I don't care.
There was a report, I want to say like 2 weeks ago. I don't know if it was Jacina Anderson or somebody on Twitter was saying, that they expect a lot of weird things to happen tonight. And there's been a lot of chatter of it. So it could be one of the more interesting drafts of recent memory.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see if it gets really muddy in the first 10 or 12 picks, if somebody will slip to the Cardinals that people just aren't looking at. You know, obviously everybody knows who's on the draft board and everything, but like, what if Micah Parsons drops? Like there are certain things where Micah Parsons would be a top 5 pick if there weren't the off the field transgressions and allegations that didn't stick. I don't believe. He's had character concerns in high school and stuff, but he's the best defensive player in the draft. It's like, it could get weird. And all of this stuff that we've done over the last 3 months is just, it's like filling out a bracket. You could be Jay Billis for the NCAA tournament. Your bracket could be trash within the first 2 games.
Oh, I've seen
such a crapshoot.
Yeah, I've seen people go and like look at what these mock drafts said post draft, and 4% of the draft is correct, and
right.
It's all for nothing. We're all going to be way wrong tonight. I can guarantee it.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see the steps that the Cardinals make this year. Alex, really appreciate it. Let's promote your stuff right now. Let's get some shilling in. How about let's talk about it? Locked On Cardinals podcast.
Yep, part of the Locked On Podcast Network. Monday through Friday, my co-host Bo Brock and myself do 30 minutes. We do it live on Twitter at Locked On AZ Cards. You can find it wherever you find podcasts, even though iTunes and Spotify are taking the worst time of the year to just not post things. They're having issues. Just find it wherever you find podcasts. We don't fluff things if there's no fluffing necessary. We just like to have a conversation. Bo and I disagree on a lot of things, so makes for some pretty good podcasting.
No, 100%. No, you guys have a great show. I love the round two breakdown. Did that come out? Drop today or yes? That was today.
I don't even know what day it is. Tyler.
Yeah, I've lost all track.
It's Thursday. Yeah.
Yeah, I listened to the round 2 this morning. So, yeah, you guys do a great job over there. Make sure all you Cardinal fans that are dialed in that you subscribe where you subscribe to podcasts. I'm a Cardinals podcast fiend. I listen to everybody. So I can't get enough content. You guys do a great job over there. Well, I know you got more stuff to do this evening with Fox Sports 910, right? You guys are doing some stuff with the Draft Network tonight?
No, we're doing – this is all Locked On Podcast Network.
Locked On Cardinals. Okay.
We're the Locked On NFL. If you want to go to the Locked On NFL YouTube channel, and they're doing live, I think they're starting now all the way through the draft. We're doing interviews with every Locked On host after every pick. So I'll be on after pick 16. It's going to be a spectacle.
That'd be really cool. All right, Alex. Well, we appreciate you, my man. Hopefully next year we're not doing it this way, but we can still get involved and do some stuff with you. Would love to get more involved with Locked On Cardinals podcast, Birdgang Travel. Nice little marriage there. So we'll talk some more.
We just go live next year from the Great Lawn, and we'll just set up a podcast.
Yeah, there you go. There you
go. Love it. I'm in. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right.
You, Alex.
Take care, Alex. See you soon.
All
right, Eric. What'd you think? He came with a lot of takes there and a lot of fire.
There's a lot of talking without me being able to drink anymore. That's all I can say. To listen to all that and try to not fight back the urge to have a beer here or two. But we're close here. Well, we're about 30 minutes away. Looks like from the start. The kick off with pick number 1. I know we got Blake in the waiting there. Is he ready to go, or you want to bring him on and have
what the heck? Let's bring Blake on.
chat a little bit? So I'll let you introduce him real quick, Ty.
Yeah. Next up, coming on, Blake Allen Murphy. He's got the Murphy jersey too. That was the perfect thing for him a couple years ago.
Yes. Yeah, Byron
really
Murphy. It was fantastic. B Murphy. So yeah, Blake Murphy 7. We're part of what the Revenge of the Birds podcast. We are super excited to finally be done with this whole draft area. There's been so much talk for feels like months at least. So excited to be on with you guys. I know we joined last year for the Isaiah Simmons pick, and that was pretty remarkable to see the relief on my face.
Yeah, I remembered your reaction and how shocked you were when he just kept falling and falling and falling to us, and you didn't think it was going to happen.
I thought for sure, I was like, all right, I don't get nice things. I said I wanted CeeDee Lamb to pair with Kyler that draft. I didn't want Derek Brown, but I was like, if you can get Simmons and play him in the right role, that'd be great. I was just like, he's not going to fall. And then you see the quarterbacks go. You see the others. And it just shows, the NFL draft, even if we get a lot of things right about it, there's still always a wild card that gets thrown in. Last year, it was every single Miami person saying Tua was not going to be the pick at 5. This year, it sounds very much like it's Aaron Rodgers just throwing his hat into the ring. Hopefully that's an AFC team that he goes to for the most part.
100%. I was scared initially with Deshaun Watson rumors, and now you're talking Aaron Rodgers, and that terrifies the hell out of me.
I was going to say, we'll see what goes on with each of those. I know. Yeah, I have a feeling that they're not going to want to trade him to the Niners. It'll be in division. The Niners do not have first-round picks the next 2 years. I'm a little less concerned now. If they do pull off something crazy like that, then we'll end up seeing how that goes.
100%. Hey, just a quick note. For those that are commenting via Facebook, if we share your comment, it's just going to show up as Facebook user. It doesn't show your name. So if you want to have your name pop up, make sure you get on our YouTube feed as it will broadcast your name out there. There's some of you that are watching in different groups that it's not showing up. You did just get a shout out from Ryan Douglas about your fire Arizona Cardinal hat right now.
Oh gosh, yeah. This came out the Kyler year, I think, and then it was first hat. It was the red and white flag, the red and black flag, I think, and then this version came out, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna I went to 3 stores or something like that. Finally found one. So I about to go onto eBay or something like that because I was like, this is just fantastic.
I lost mine out at the lake, Blake, and I wish I still had it. I saw some guy on Facebook looking for one. He was offering $100 for that hat. So this is kind of in demand there. I got to start learning to buy 2 of everything that I buy from now on all the time.
Well, I was gonna say I started wearing this hat around people. Like, that hat's great, and I was like, I love it. And I realized I probably have to put this away and just put it on for draft season, or hopefully at some point Cards get to the playoffs can kind of break out the good luck hat at least. So
this year's
good luck when they got Kyler. So
this year's draft hat was kind of ugly. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but it was more or less a trucker style snapback. I wasn't too impressed with it at all.
I think it was compared to Kingston charcoal was I think what someone did. It was they held a Kingston charcoal bag and here's the hat and they put them together. I was like, yep, whoever the graphic designer was for one definitely did the other. So first year in 5 I haven't bought a draft hat. I was like, all right, I'll just wait till next year.
Real quick, I don't know if you guys have this on another screen or are watching this pre-draft show right now, but they're having all the top, first round potential picks on a little runway fashion show, and all the guys are walking out in their suits.
What are we on? What are you watching? ESPN?
I'm on ESPN. Yeah, they're showing live in the ballroom, and it's literally a runway, and all the guys are walking out probably about 10 yards apart from each other, doing a little strut. This has definitely become part of the spectacle, is the fashion that is the NFL draft. They just showed Kyle Pitts a little bit ago, and Blake, I've been trying to speak the trade up for Kyle Pitts into an existence. I don't think it's going to happen at all, but I'm just hoping. I don't know if you saw our post earlier, but I maybe stole some draft day magic of the Vontae Mack or no matter what little sticky note, and did a little Photoshop action and added Kyle Pitts to it, and it was Steve Kimes, so we found it on the street at Cardinals HQ. So.
Well, I have to warn you about that because I did that one year where I actually wrote down the name and stuck that up on the cubicle, and unfortunately the name I wrote down was Andy Isabella no matter what. I haven't done that ever since. I'm like, all right, I'm probably cursed. Got to resist doing all of this stuff.
We've all been very, very hard on Andy. And
I know,
he
poor
has not
guy.
played in the slot yet. And
Poor guy.
This
he was
is
taken in the second
year-
round. 4 years or so, like that was like they compared him to guys who didn't do any production for 4 years in Wes Welker, Julian Edelman. So we're all just kind of just like, oh, it's because Metcalf went after him. That's the whole reason why I think that we are hard on poor Andy. He just keeps working hard and catching passes, and hopefully he'll be able to make an impact this year. But yeah, you can talk about Kyle Pitts because that is probably the biggest draft story of, especially if we see quarterbacks go in the first 3 picks and Atlanta goes quarterback. That would be then probably like the biggest story of the draft is where does he then go? Probably be one of the things everyone's trying to watch because like this guy's been billed as like Calvin Johnson meets Travis Kelce or something like that, and it'll be interesting to see if he lives up to that.
100%. I would love, I've said 100% 50 times tonight, but I think you guys are all making great points. Speaking of right now, let's bring in Cam Cox from Channel 12. I know he's got limited time, so I want to bring him in as well. We'll do some four-way crosstalk here.
What's up, guys?
Man.
There's
What's up,
Cam, Channel 12.
How's everybody doing?
Doing great.
Dude, isn't this like the best day ever?
Oh,
It's
yeah.
so much fun as a football fan. We've been sitting here in the office. There's like a buzz in this building for the first time in probably a year. Today just feels awesome. What a great day.
Do you remember, Cam, a year ago, if we would have done this right, a year ago, Blake was in the same position in his backyard. I was in the same setup. Eric was in the same setup. But you were at home, and you had all your press badges behind you. This year, it's good to see that you're in the studio and, getting to work from the office this time around.
Yeah, I will say, last year being right outside my kitchen in a desk I've never, ever used in my life in my old apartment, watching the draft and covering the draft was just the weirdest thing. Feels great to be back in studio today and just be around our executive producer, Jeff Schneider, who's right over here. It's just been a lot of fun and can't wait to see what the Cardinals do.
Well, let's get into it because I did hear you on the Locked On Cardinals podcast, which we just had Mr. Clancy on a second ago. He says you're nuts with who you think they're taking. So let's hear your pick, and then we're going to go over to Blake and hear his pick. What do you got?
There is only one thing for the Cardinals to do in this draft. I don't care what Brinks truck they got to get. If they got to include Cliff's House, Camelback Mountain, Paestua, it doesn't matter to me. Kyle Pitts is the only player in this draft that I think truly makes sense for this offense. You would get a tight end that's going to be around your team for the next 15 years, who is a generational talent, a freak, Calvin Johnson clone, LeBron in shoulder pads, catch, I don't care. He's a fantastic player, the best non-quarterback in the draft. Steve Keim has done such a fabulous job these past few years in making these types of moves to showing that he's all in. This is the year. Next year is the year to be all in. I'm tired of them drafting guys that are projects that are going to have to take a year to develop. They're not going to play after the bye week. This team don't have that kind of time to wait. They need someone who can come in right away, make a huge impact. That's either Kyle Pitts. Now, if they can't find a big enough Brinks truck or Atlanta doesn't want to do it, I get it. Then trade up and either go get Devontae Smith or Jalen Watt. Those are my 3 can't-miss prospects for this team so far. They have to stay at 16. Maybe Najee Harris, whoever else, it doesn't really matter at that point.
So you would take the running back at 16 if that's what was there.
I would take a running back at 16 because he would start right away. Then Chase Edmonds can stay in his normal role that he's in. And I think that'd be great for this offense. But they need another playmaker to go along just DeAndre Hopkins. Can't get Kyler too many weapons. There's no such thing in this offense. So I'm hoping they make a blockbuster trade. I was hoping that tweet by Blake Shelton was actually something. But they could do nothing, and I would be very disappointed by the night's over. Nothing is probably likely. But Peter
Schrager alluded to it 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. That's when it got the world talking that they're about the Cardinals to go after Pitts. I'm on that train. I'm all about it.
Like you're looking at me like I'm crazy.
This is where I'm now turning direction.
Blake, did you want to say that I was crazy?
Oh, I don't think you're crazy. I think that what would be crazy would be to not at least try to give up a first-round pick in the future for Kyle Pitts. Now, that being said, like, if it's 3 first-round picks, like if the Niners walk up there, I'm like, suddenly you're like, all right, this guy's a tight end. If he doesn't work out, that's going to be rough on you. Usually you only invest in quarterbacks for all of that.
This team probably hasn't worked out, and in a couple of years they're looking for a new GM and a new head coach anyway. So all that kind of
that's where I say, I give him a first-round pick next year. Oh, sign me up for that. If it's 3 first-round picks to take one guy, that's where I go, all right, like Do you have to go that far? Couldn't you boost the passing game with, like you said, getting a productive pass catcher? And I think that's where, if we've seen this last year, the one thing I've said with the running back is we saw the Cardinals had a top 7 rushing offense last year. We haven't seen them be able to progress in the passing game under Cliff Kingsbury. I think we add in AJ Green, you've got Christian Kirk in the slot. Maybe Larry Fitzgerald decides to, say, hey, all right, you guys did a good enough job. Let me come back for one more year. Add another weapon, and suddenly you've got no excuses for Cliff, no excuses for Kyler. You can now see what that passing game would look like. I would be fine if they're going to go up and be aggressive, but if you're not able to get up, sometimes, teams may just say, we'd rather have a second next year or Jalen Waddle. Man, we need a deep threat and keep Waddle. So if that's not possible, I think you wait, see what goes on at 16. But it wouldn't shock me if Arizona decided to move back and say, hey, we need a corner, we need a receiver. We don't like a lot of the tight ends this year, but if you've got a deep draft at wide receiver and a deep draft at corner, you can be able to probably find at least a contributing or starting player with round 1 and round 2 with those picks. And I think that would be where I would look at for Arizona. If you're going to talk about a pass rusher, well, they're not going to play till next year. You talk about a linebacker, well, they may not play till next year. I think the Cardinals should go and invest in, see what we have with this team, push it as far as you can, because if this team goes and cannot beat the Seahawks, can't beat Sean McVay, and can't beat the Niners, then you got to wonder, are we going in the right direction as a franchise? And that's where I think a lot of questions will come in. So I say, I agree with you, Cam, put the pedal to the metal, try to get someone who's like that. If that ends up being a Kyle Pitts who, let's say, falls down to pick 6, Dolphins are there. Dolphins yeah, we've got Mike Gesicki. I would be on the phone, calling, like you said, wrecking up the Brinks truck. It's just really hard to see because, there's going to be 31 other teams who may be in that same type of situation. He's just going to be a heck of a player to watch at the next level.
Yeah. And plus the 49ers are going to get Aaron Rodgers here soon. So, you got to
yeah.
have more talent around him, right? You got to get Kyler some weapons. Eric, you're shaking your head at me. You don't think it's going to happen?
I don't know, man. That came out of nowhere today, so we'll see what happens. But I don't want to have
a calculated move by Aaron Rodgers. He saw what the 49ers turned down, and he was like, hey, guys, we're about to throw the world into a shambles here and throw this news out there. I thought it was great timing by Rodgers.
I just don't want to see those Hail Marys twice a year. That's all I know.
I'll say this on Rodgers. It's hard for me I would love it if he gets traded to the AFC, because you're taking a playoff quarterback off of the team, moving it away. That gives some room for the Cardinals to be able to move on. Is Kirk Cousins the best quarterback in the NFC North now? That sounds like, I would say, yeah, heck, sign me up for that every single day of the week for the most part. The Chicago Bears with Andy Dalton, that's the hope, is if you get a guy out of the NFC to the AFC, that opens some opportunities if the Cardinals can sneak into the playoffs.
I think the best thing with all of this is that this team moving forward is just must see. We got to see what this team is going to do. They're so intriguing moving forward. It's so intriguing to how it's going to play out next year. The schedule, I just can't wait for really what this team is going to do. But regardless of the moves they made this offseason, the biggest thing to me, what it comes down to, Kyler Murray, can he take a massive step as a quarterback in year 3? And can Cliff Kingsbury take a massive step as a head coach? I don't care who they've added, what pieces they got. It's going to come down to those two guys, and can they step up and really take this organization where it needs to go?
No, 100%.
Definitely.
Yeah, so, fellas, let's talk about something we threw at Mr. Clancy was, do you see them moving back anywhere? Not necessarily in the first round, but Kine likes that draft capital. So if he does have to mortgage something to move up in the first, do we see them in the second, maybe moving back? I'll go to you first, Cam.
Yeah, I think there's a chance. Unfortunately, I think it's kind of likely that they move back. As hype as I get for them to move forward and get a playmaker. You see what Steve Keim has done in the past, and it does make sense if he wants to draft picks. I don't necessarily agree with it. I don't think this is the year to get a quantity of picks by any means, but there's talent there at the cornerback spot to get another depth cornerback in the second round. It's a deep receiver class. You can get another playmaker, not as good as the ones that are going to go in the first round, but you can find a good wide receiver, a good offensive lineman in the second or third round. And you've seen in years past, those picks tend to pay out a little bit more than sometimes taking a flyer on a first-round pick. So it definitely makes sense for them. I'm not going to hate on them too much for that. I just don't think it's necessary this year. You can find you a playmaker in that first round, and you identify who that guy is, go get it, and not necessarily worrying about having 7, 8 draft picks this year. when I think this team needs to be concerned with adding one or two pieces that can contribute right away. But I get it. It makes sense for them to go back.
What about you, Blake?
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it either, like you said, Cam, going up and getting that elite type of talent, or you could just say, man, this team needs a corner. They need a receiver. Who is their starting tight end right now? You probably need to find some sort of linebacker and then prepare for next year. It wouldn't shock me if you take a look at, there's a couple of AFC North teams. You talk about the Ravens now have 2 first-round picks, the Cincinnati Browns. It would not shock me if the Cardinals look at their board and say, we don't like this. We got some high grades on maybe a guy like an Asante Samuel Jr. Maybe they like a Rashad Bateman or Elijah Moore. They make a trade back. Maybe you can say, hey, if we're dropping back that far, like no third-round picks, please. Like we either need multiple thirds. Maybe we need a second-round pick. Draft value chart seems like it has that high of a level. Suddenly you're like, okay, you're at the late first. You've got a second-round pick, another second-round pick. All of a sudden you're talking about you're able to get 3 different needs filled for the most part. It's like you say, we can walk away knowing we've got a guy that we really like on the offensive line, and we got a receiver, and we have a corner. Like, that's the thing, is you get more opportunities to be able to hit. It wouldn't surprise me, and as long as the talent is right, I think that would be great. Now, what I will say on this, and I agree with Cam, we haven't seen a great history of some of those picks in the draft. So what I agree with Steve Keim is he does his best work. He does his best work with trades.
More picks in the draft.
Well, his best work has been with his trades, right? So he traded up for Josh Rosen, didn't cost him a first or second round pick. Traded up for Budda Baker. It would not shock me if he decides, hey, we need to trade up. They looked historically since 2010. Arizona's traded up 3 times. They've only traded back, I think it was once. And each of the times they traded up, like even Rodney Gunter, they traded up, got him. Quality player for a number of years, stole him from Kansas City. I think that if they do trade back, my hope would be that they at least have a certain player in mind who they've got saying, hey, like this is a top 15 player on our board. We know we can get him around somewhere in the 20s. If that's the case, hey, I'm all for it. Otherwise, I'd say go out and be just as aggressive that you've been this offseason. That would be my preference overall. I remember that year in 2017, Arizona waited a little bit too long, so all the quarterbacks get drafted ahead of them. You get Hassan Reddick. I think a lot of Cardinals fans are still feeling the pain of that, and that's part of why we've seen
Blake.
Give
me flashbacks. You mentioned Josh.
No, right, and that's why a lot of Cardinals fans
in the same point.
Cardinals fans read the mock draft. They see Zaven Collins and go, "Oh man, another linebacker!" Like oh no, and it's that same type of like thinking back in the days of wars overseas or Vietnam flashbacks. It's like you may be an awesome player, but Cardinals fans will freak out if that's the pick because they'll feel, oh, you didn't trade up or get that guy. You couldn't get extra picks. And I think that's where it'll probably put a lot of Cardinals fans more at ease if they're able to move on and find one of those guys at a bigger position of need than linebacker.
Well, guys, unfortunately, I got to bounce, guys. I got to go get ready for the 5 o'clock. Tyler,
Sure.
Eric, thanks for having me on. Eric, hey, real quick, glad you're doing all right, buddy. Just know.
Hey,
all right, man.
If nothing else, we got the Suns, right?
They're in the playoffs. We got playoff basketball coming up in 3 weeks. We'll save the football.
So no matter how bad this draft goes tonight for us, the Suns versus the Jazz tomorrow is going to be lit.
It's gonna. You know what? That's a great point, Eric. They got the Jazz tomorrow. We're talking playoff basketball for a while. So it'll be great. Guys,
exciting.
Thanks for having me on.
Hey,
we'll
Cam,
all right?
we better see you after 6 o'clock.
I got you.
Awesome.
After 6:30.
All right.
After 6:30. All right.
See you later,
We'll talk
guys.
to you in a bit, Cam.
Awesome
All right.
stuff,
Well,
thanks,
my next question to you, Blake, was going to be, and to both of you, but to you now, is the off-season acquisitions. I mean, we're 10 minutes away from draft. We did a lot this off-season. Obviously, last year, the biggest acquisition, DeAndre Hopkins, I think everyone would have pointed that all day. What do you think the biggest acquisition we made this offseason? Obviously, there was a few. So which one stands out the most? Is it J.J. Watt? Is it Rodney Hudson? What is it?
It's obviously J.J. Watt. When you talk about what pass rush can do for your secondary, you think of the San Francisco 49ers in 2019. Robert Saleh gets a head coaching job with having, like Nick Bosa on one side, DeForest Buckner. When you're able to get pressure on the quarterback outside and in, and you can just step back, play some of that zone coverage, quarterbacks have to throw the ball. You can have guys lying in wait just to pick it off. They didn't have that ability last year to get pressure on the quarterback without blitzing nearly as much. They lost Chandler Jones, team blitzed at a top 3 rate in the NFL. And that meant a lot of man coverage, a lot of guys being isolated like Patrick Peterson. A lot of times Drake Kirkpatrick was there. I think overall you just had to, be able to recognize that they were able to still find ways to produce on defense and get pressure on the quarterback, but it took a little bit of help when you've got great pass rushers. And that's why I loved the trade last year and the deal for Marcus Golden. Put him opposite Chandler Jones, slide a guy like J.J. Watt in on the inside. I think that may have a big impact. Maybe you don't need to have, a lockdown, shutdown corner anymore. That's the hope, I think.
That was my next to parlay off this. When you have a Golden, you have a J.J. Watt, you now have a returning Chandler Jones, which will hopefully be at over 100%. And then you also have Budda Baker, who you send on a lot of blitzes, and you've got guys that get to the quarterback. With the secondary, with what it is right now, it's. Do you think is this what we're going to go into the season with, or do you think they find another corner at some point? I just don't see us finding one today. So I don't. Do we make another trade somewhere? We don't have a lot of money. Are we just going to run with the pass rush from hell and pray that makes up for our weak secondary?
Yeah, well, I know the one option that's still out there is the Patriots did do a second-round tender for J.C. Jackson, which I believe that was signed. They could, if they don't get a corner day one, could always trade, get the guy on kind of a one-year deal. Maybe that's when you try to extend him. That gets you a veteran option, and maybe that's something you could do. I really think instead they would prefer to be able to just say, hey, we found this guy. He's here with us for the future. Don't have to worry about extensions. Someone mentioned Stephon Gilmore, but at age 30 to have what you'd have to give up, it feels like you'd be getting a guy who maybe it'd be like your Patrick Peterson in 2 to 3 years starting to just decline a bit. I think it's a spot where you just have to go wait and see. This is going to be on Steve Keim to have to bring the talent in, be able to find ways to make it work. And the fact that so many of these contracts players are taking are short, like you're going to be talking about getting the best chance of seeing what Kyler can do before he gets paid in the next year or two, seeing what Cliff has. And I think after that, it's just going to be like, you're going to have to be able to improve and do well enough in the draft, because once your quarterback takes up that huge chunk of room, once other guys are ready to get paid, that's really what gets left over. So I will be very curious to see what Arizona does. And I would not be shocked if, they don't put as much a premium on cornerback. They know, hey, we've got some veterans. We can sign get another guy in the second round. Maybe you work in. That would be what I would do, and then try to find that playmaker on offense. But that being said, hey, if the cornerback falls, or if you find the right guy that you love, maybe that's something that you go ahead with Arizona.
No, for sure. I did see talks yesterday about Gilmore potentially being traded to move up, and the Pats going to grab a quarterback. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. I mean, trades, I think, again, we've hit on this a few times. I think this might be trade city tonight. I mean, I think we're going to see a lot of trades in that first 15 picks. So
I think we could too, but I'll say this: the opt-outs. This is one of the things that scouts complained about a lot. So many players opted out of the season that were either going to come back next year or because of COVID. So you have like a half-size draft class. Like, one thing that I was talking with someone about was it was probably a good idea to trade draft picks for certainties, like with Rodney Hudson, because smaller group of people, smaller talent pool, not nearly as many guys. There's going to be a lot of talent entering next year's draft. This year just happens to be 5 quarterbacks who probably go first round, but next year's picks may be treated as gold. So if the Cardinals trade back and
that's the trend though right now. The 5 quarterback stuff. It feels year after year you're getting 3, 4, 5 quarterbacks that are just getting shifted over or taken early. So. I think
wasn't quite there last year and wasn't quite the year before. You had about 3 guys, and again, they went like first round, top 10, 2 in the top 10, and 1 kind of in the late teens the last 2 drafts. So this is the first draft where you've got 3 guys who are going to go boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
And you're also talking about like with people, some have said Justin Fields goes over anywhere in the teens. Some people say Mac Jones
look at
goes
the
to 3 of the teens too.
The Josh Rosen year, though, a couple years back. I mean, you've got you had 3, or was he the 4th? He was the 4th pick.
Fourth guy, but then it was pick 1, pick 3, pick 7. And you had guys who traded up with the Jets, traded up that year, just like the Niners traded up. So I think that, again, like quarterbacks are always going to go early. Now, next year's quarterback class also, doesn't look great. Someone will always come in because they always do. No one knew who Zach Wilson was. Like, you look at a picture of him on his Twitter account getting ready. He looks like he's about to walk into his senior prom. Like, the kid looks like he's baby face. Like, he hasn't grown a single speck of facial hair. He doesn't have a single chest hair right now. Like, he just looks like a kid. But he came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he's seen as a top 5 pick in the top 5 lot. Someone will always be there because the league just has to get quarterbacks. So next year's draft, though, it's going to be a lot of talent. So if the Cardinals say, hey, we want to trade one of our picks next year, get a guy for this year, I would at least approve of all of that, despite how valuable that pick may be.
No, yeah, it'll be interesting tonight for sure what the Cardinals do. Draft starting in 5 minutes. I see someone's asking what channel, local channel will draft you on, channel 15. So that's where you'll find the draft this evening.
There, yep, and I'll be getting going for that as well too. For that, so I'm excited. I'll be on after once the Cardinals make their pick. You'll be there. I'll probably loop in or enter the studio, get some more analysis there. We'll see when they pick, if they do end up moving back or not. It's going to be an interesting night to find out for sure.
Yeah, no, it's going to be huge. Talk about Revenge of the Birds, both the page and also the podcast.
Yeah, with the podcast, it's me and my buddy Johnny. He's finally moved down into the Arizona area.
Oh, Johnny's here now?
Yeah, he's loving down at least, so it's actually be fun. So the hope at least is we'll see if he can actually come out to a Cards game or two in the fall. And we'll have obviously content. We've been covering stuff all over the place, whether it's been with mock drafts or the analysis, just pretty much everything you're looking for. A lot of times it's also, we'll end up sometimes getting, like you and I are kind of there. Sometimes there'll be a little bit of info may trickle in from one place or another. We just kind of use that to get our articles ready to go, so then publish at least once it comes out. But we're having top-notch fan analysis here. A lot of times just listening with media or other places really doesn't give kind of that fan perspective, or sometimes, it's just whatever coaches or other people want you to think. So it's fun to be able to have kind of that counterpoint. That's part of why I love having, podcasts. We were on the Locked On Cards podcast, I know, for a little crossover event earlier. So it's great just to be able to be there, interact with fans. A lot of times, at least, that's an underrated part of this process is, fans are as much of a part of this process and the team as pretty much all the players and other stuff that go in. So it's great to be able to interact with everyone, be able to cover the team. It's been kind of a joy.
No, you guys do a great job at Revenge of the Birds, not just the articles, but the podcast rolling out every week. You guys want to definitely check that out for sure. We got to get you, we said this last year and then we didn't go anywhere because of the good times that last year was. But we're going to have to get you guys on the road and do some live podcasting from whatever state we go to.
Yeah, some on-location stuff, right?
Yeah, we got to do some on-location for sure. Big trips this year planned: Nashville, Dallas, Jacksonville, Chicago, maybe Cleveland, maybe Detroit. So definitely got some cool stuff on the docket this year. Trip announcements, the schedule will come out May 12th. Trip announcements will come out May 15th in packages. So we look forward to getting everyone on the road again this year. Well, Blake, I'm going to let you get to the draft.
Awesome.
We got 3-minute countdown, and whenever you feel like popping back in, we'd love to have you rejoin us. But we are going to take a couple-minute break, and then we will come back at the start of the draft.
Awesome. Thanks, Tyler. See you guys later.
Thanks, Blake. I'm going to show the play of the year last year from a fan's perspective. Here we go. Yeah, that was the play of the year last year in the Bills game, the Hail Murray. We are now, 60 seconds away from the NFL draft. We will see who the Cardinals pick here at 16, or do they stay at 16? Do they move up? What are your thoughts, Birdgang? Let's see what you think they're going to do in the comments. Go ahead and chat right now where you think the Cardinals will pick tonight. Will they stay at 16? Will they move up? Who do you think they're taking this evening? Right before we go to the draft, I'm going to wait for your comments to post in. But now, if you've never been with us on the road, we want to show you what it's like hanging out with the Bird Gang at our various events, from our tailgates here locally to our also one-off events like Bird Gang Bingo, Bird Gang Trivia, a lot of cool events that we'll do throughout the year. And then, of course, our travel trips that will happen to all the various away games as well. So check out this promo video, and we will be back with the start of the NFL draft.
Birdgang Travel does it right. How they get the fans together is phenomenal.
They make it very easy. They think of every detail. They make it as easy as can be. You meet a lot of other Cardinal fans, and it's a great time.
Some of us that can't afford it, anything else, the package is awesome.
You get to meet all kinds of people that you may sit next to at the stadium, and then all of a sudden you don't realize you get here and you go, oh man, you sit next to me.
1 through 10, definitely a 10.
Let's go, Birdgang!
Yeah, that is what is Birdgang Travel. We got some comments. Here we go. Again, if you're on Facebook and watching from Facebook, would love for you to come over to YouTube so we can show off your name and your take. I'm going to show it now, but it's just going to say Facebook user. Here we go. We've got think they are taking Collins. I did see that in a few mocks today, as well as what do we got here? Staying at 16, and we get Collins. So a couple Collins takes there. I think if they're at 16, I honestly think they go Harris. They obviously need running back help still. They did add James Conner, as well as we've got what we got at running back, but could we see a solid number one? Everyone wants to see Edmonds get those opportunities, but I don't know. I think they're still going to double down and maybe add another running back to that room, regardless of what they do. I think they add another running back somewhere, but I could see it at number one. Well, Birdgang, we are live. The 2021 NFL Draft has begun. It looks like I paused my feed here, so I did not know that. We are, looks like 3 minutes out before the first pick, before Jacksonville is on the clock. Obviously, a lot of people know who Jacksonville is going to take. That's no surprise there. The draft really will start at 2 and 3 and seeing what those teams do and how they shape their season. Want to plug our trips again this year coming up, heading to Jacksonville to see that number one pick and the Jags. Great stadium, getting some nice weather as well. Dallas, we went to Dallas last year. It was phenomenal for those that were able to make the trip. It was a great time. It was honestly the best stadium that I have ever seen. I've been to about, I want to say 12 stadiums now, and Dallas does take the cake for best stadium in the NFL. For sure, so far. We will also be heading to Chicago. We went to Chicago before Birdgang Travel was even a thing. We had a good 400 fans meet at Mother Hubbard's, great bar there in Chicago. We will look to do that again and have a grand time. That really was kind of the birth of Birdgang Travel, and it will be exciting to go back to Chicago and take a bunch of fans. Great vacation city. Someone's asking, did it start? Yes, the draft has started. Not officially. They've not put the Jags on the clock yet. They're a couple minutes out here. It looks like they're going to start right around 5:05-ish. Again, we talked about Chicago. We will also be heading to potentially Detroit. This will be our second coming to Detroit. Also, Cleveland, the Browns, obviously very improved last year, had a great year. We will see about heading there this year, depending on how the schedule shakes out. And I feel like I'm missing. Oh, Nashville. Nashville is the #1 trip that fans want to go on. We are excited to head to Nashville for the first time. Quite the party city, and look forward to doing that as well. Yeah, right now they've got a band playing here, and we are still about a minute out from the draft. My iPad keeps cutting out. What do we got? Someone's going to take the train from St. Louis to Chicago. I think that's John Niemeyer. We got someone else chiming in that Jacksonville is a good time. Again, if you are on Facebook and not on the YouTube feed, we cannot see who you are. All we can see is your comment. But yes, Jacksonville will be a blast. It will probably be one of the more affordable trips, too, on the docket. Remember, we do payment plans for our trips. We'll be excited for you to get involved with that this year and join us. We do a three payment plan, similar to the Cardinals with their season tickets. So if you've never been on the road, honestly, it's easy to do with us. We plan your hotel, your game tickets, your tailgate. Also, we have events that lead up to that on Friday and Saturday night. We would love to see you guys join us on the road for the first time, especially if you're going to a city that you don't know much about and you want to find things to do. We help provide that to you, and we'll show you cool activities and events. Our last, major trip was New Orleans a couple seasons ago. We had a parade down Bourbon Street. Yeah, it was awesome with stilt walkers and a jazz band. So we do all kinds of fun stuff, once in a lifetime experiences, and we would be excited to have you on the road with us this year. They're still dragging on about the draft here. Eric had to actually go take his kid to football practice. Football doesn't stop here in the Valley. So he will be joining back in a moment. And until then, we are just waiting for the first pick. A lot of optimism there in Cleveland. You're seeing all the fans. Here we go, Brownies. Thanks, Angela, for the rave review. I'm going to post her right there. Birdgang Travel Clubs are the best. The trips are the best. Looking forward to 2021. Yes, this year we're going to be back bigger than ever, and we can't do it without you guys. We love all you guys on the road with us. We want to find even cooler things to do this year than we've ever done before. So we are going to come out the gates swinging this year, especially after having a year of no real travel for us. So excited to do that. Also, our home tailgates, those will be back as well. As long as we are allowed to tailgate at the stadium, we will be there. We have some cool partnerships that are potentially forming as well. So excited to announce those once they come to fruition. With that being said, make sure you follow Drinkin' AZ on Instagram. Again, that's Drinkin' AZ on Instagram. Let's show them some love. They are all about local beverages. So check out Drinkin' AZ. There's a little tip of the cap to some of our partnerships that may be happening this year. Last year, we introduced Just Sports and had some cool, when the Cardinals sneakers came out and when the Hopkins jersey came out and some of the Color Rush items, we were able to drop them first and get you a discount on those items. So we'll look forward to doing that again this year and getting you hooked up in all the coolest Cardinals swag. So make sure you stay locked. Join our newsletter at birdgangtravel.com. Subscribe there, and that way you get hooked up with all the goodies and cool stuff. So let's talk about something big in Arizona, sports betting. That is now going to be a thing this season. We will be partnering up with a local casino. We'll be talking more about that as the weeks come on here. But be excited because sports books will be here this season, and we will be doing some cool stuff with one of our local casinos here in the Valley when it comes to the Cardinals and some sports betting this season. So super pumped about that. Gracie, excited to have you on the road with us this year. Make sure, again, you guys join the newsletter, birdgangtravel.com. All right, we're at commercial break, but I suspect Roger Goodell will come on to the podium here momentarily, and looks like he will be kicking off the draft as he usually does. We'll see how many people boo the heck out of him this year, per usual. I'm also checking the Twitter feed here now to see any other things that are breaking. So to recap the Cardinals picks this season, we have the 16th overall in the first round. In the second round, we have the 49th. In the fifth round, so we don't have a third, we don't have a fourth, but those picks equated to DeAndre Hopkins and Rodney Hudson. I wouldn't say those were bad picks at all. In the fifth round, we will have the 160th pick, sixth round, 223rd, and then in the seventh round, we actually have two picks, 243rd and 247th. So the Cardinals will be on the clock at least 6 times, barring trades, this draft, and we hope to add some great additions to the team. Jesse, my man, he's been to London, Miami, and Green Bay with the Bird Gang. It's by far the best way to do an away game. Jesse actually brought out the whole family. It's usually him and mom that go on trips. They went to London, and I remember Miami, but they also, on Green Bay, made a family trip, which was really cool. You know, common question we get about road trips are, when there's a spouse or family members or friends that are fans of the team that we're traveling to, they're like, oh, they don't want to come because it's a Cardinal thing. Listen, it is a Cardinals group. It is a lot of fun to go as a Cardinals group. But the reality is every trip we go on, we do have those significant others and family members that are rooting for the wrong team, and they will join us, and it's fun. What's great about our group is everyone's peaceful, they have a good time, and everyone gets an enjoyable vacation/trip. So don't be afraid. My wife was actually I don't think she is anymore, but she was a Green Bay Packer fan, and we went to Green Bay. She was dressed in Packer gear from head to toe. And so, you know, it happens, and it's a fun time. So don't be afraid to bring the family members, especially when we go to somewhere like Dallas, because it just gives you someone fun that you can make fun of when you're on the road with them. So bring those family members that are fans of those teams, and it will be a good time for sure. With that being said, we got still another performance here, so we are not live on the draft. I'm waiting to see. I think I'm live on my iPad here. Excited to see what happens this evening. I'm looking right now. Looks like the Broncos are making a push. That would be phenomenal. The Broncos making a push to trade for Aaron Rodgers. That's the news coming out right now. It says Mark Schler just reported that a deal for the Broncos to land Aaron Rodgers is as close to a done deal as it can get. So it sounds like, breaking the news now, Aaron Rodgers may end up in Denver, which is fantastic. All night when we were talking to people, they were saying, you know, from Cam to Alex Lancey to Blake Allen Murphy, all of them said, you know, it would be very bad if he ended up with San Francisco, and that's where everyone thought he was going. But it turns out, it sounds like it is a done deal with Denver. It's not official yet, but it sounds like a deal has been worked out between Denver and Green Bay to trade for Aaron Rodgers. So how about that? We avoid the Aaron Rodgers in San Francisco, hopefully. And, you know, why that's big, and Blake talked on it earlier, why that's huge is, one, Green Bay's a playoff team with Aaron Rodgers. Without him, who knows? So it takes away a potential another playoff team, and the Niners don't get stronger within our division. So as long as he ends up in Denver, that would make things very interesting in the NFC. So that broke just a couple minutes ago. It sounds like it is a done deal, Aaron Rodgers to Denver. So for those of you that were worried, it does not sound like Aaron Rodgers will end up in San Fran. San Fran obviously have a high pick today. Wow, the Cardinals used my gift of Steve Keim. That's hilarious. I made a gift of Steve Keim last year when he took Isaiah Simmons, and I've used it quite on the regular on our Birdgang Travel Twitter. So if you're not following there, make sure you follow us at Birdgang Travel on Twitter. And it is Steve Keim saying, like, F word, yeah. Or no, he says, let's effing go, when Isaiah Simmons fell to us last year. It's one of the best gifts that are out there, and I use it all the time for Cardinals good news. So Kings of Leon finally done. Roger Goodell is now on the stage, and it sounds like the NFL draft is about to begin.
Our fans, we're going to have an NFL fan from out here that's vaccinated come up to this stage for each draft pick tonight.
Okay, now someone on Facebook says he's not going to Denver, so that'll be interesting. But all I'm seeing on Twitter is he is going to Denver from all the major media outlets. Now, it isn't official, but who knows? It sounds like it's a done deal, though. We'll see. Jacksonville on the clock. They're about to pick out a fan and do something here. They're just delaying the start of this draft. By this point, the Cardinals are not going to pick till almost 8 o'clock. So we will see. Yep, they picked a someone in a Jacksonville jersey, and they're going to come up. I love how they bring out NFL fan favorites from those cities, and they try to make it so they can't boo Roger Goodell. Oh boy, here we go. Brownies going right now.
Let's get this draft started.
It sounds like the draft is about to begin at some point here. This is kind of cool. They are letting a fan sit in a chair on the stage before Jacksonville's pick. She is in Jacksonville gear from head to toe.
Okay, Cleveland.
Which is kind of cool.
You ready?
Yeah, still seeing a lot of comments that Rodgers going to Cleveland. So that we're going to have to keep that on watch all night. Or not Cleveland, sorry. Rodgers going to Denver. That will be huge if true and if that pans out. Eric is back, so we're going to bring him back in. Eric, you ready to be brought back in? No, not yet. Looks like he's yelling at one of his kids, I think. So he'll be joining back here momentarily. Jacksonville officially on the clock, 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Get excited. There's Eric. Eric, I've been killing time like crazy by myself, which has not been the easiest of things.
I've been watching you the whole time on my phone while I was driving, so I just trying to get a cheese stick in really quick. Turn your TV down though, because it's delayed and all I'm getting is the delay.
Oh, really? I didn't know we were delayed.
Yeah, no, it's a delay. But
mine says 9 minutes and 10 seconds. Where are you at?
8:56, 8:55, 8:54.
I'm about 10 seconds off. I got that 10-minute bleep button delay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it's all right. I mean, we all know it's Trevor Lawrence, right? So this one's kind of non-committal right here. No surprises here. But I've been trying to keep up with everybody you've been talking to and listening to the chat and when driving and not getting run off the road. But yeah, you're covering it pretty good. I mean, good cover all the bases, the trips we got coming up. It'll be great to be back. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to eat and drink at the same time.
No, you were good.
But no, it was some good takes there that I was listening to you on the road. So this thing, they're delaying the heck out of this thing. It's like taking forever. I'm like, first pick's going to be at 5:30.
You know, this first pick, Jacksonville is going to delay this all the way down to the end. That's how the first pick always goes. So I don't see why that would be any different this evening. Yeah, even though we all have known who the pick is for, since they got the first pick. So,
well, we'll see. I mean, who knows? Something crazy could happen, right? You never know. Remember when Jacksonville was supposed to move to London?
That's true too. That is true too.
So who knows?
They're recapping first overall picks here. Yeah, this will be interesting. I'm going to go grab something real quick, Eric, so I'm going to leave it to you here for a moment.
Great. I'm just checking to see who we got online with us still real quick right now. Looks like about 15, 20 people watching right now. So what's up, guys? I hope you guys are tuned in. If you're watching, ESPN has the live feed on. ABC Sports, I think, or ABC has the simulcast of the draft on too as well. Looks like they're just showing some Trevor Lawrence highlight reels here. And about 6:40 on my clock here on the countdown, what looks like is left. So if you guys want to throw something in the chat, Any questions? I'm just trying to scroll back to make sure. Local channel, I think 15 is ABC. A couple people looking back. Let's see. Some of these are just say Facebook user, so yeah, I can't tell who's on here.
So, hey, I just pulled Arizona Sports does a great job of tracking all the mock drafts. So let's talk about this while we wait for the pick. There's Trevor Lawrence. Yeah, I'm definitely behind by about 10 seconds here. So let's talk about the mock draft tracker here. Charlie Casserly, Cardinal. Charlie's actually been great with us over the years. As of today, this was his last mock draft. He said the Cardinals will take at 16 Jalen Waddle from Alabama. Cleveland.com, Tim Bielik, I don't know who he is, says Caleb Farley, cornerback out of Virginia Tech. CBS Sports, Ryan Wilson, Zaven Collins, linebacker Tulsa. For the Win, I've never heard of them. I'm going to start covering some of the ones that I've actually heard of here. The Athletic, they do a good job over there. Also sees Zaven Collins. Bob McManaham here locally, AZ Central, Jalen Waddle as well.
Okay.
Mel Kiper Jr. thinks Najee Harris. So there's that running back pick. Todd McShay said J.C. Horn, also going corner there. Obviously, corner is somewhere where the Cardinals definitely have a need. Daniel Jeremiah from NFL.com, Zaven Collins as well. Trying to see who else we got. These are all from today. These were the final ones. A lot of Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, I see right here from Charles Davis of NFL.com. Benjamin Albright, also Devontae Smith. Right here, Chris Trapasso from CBS Sports thinks Patrick Surtain. Oh, that would be interesting because I don't think there's any way he gets to 16. So,
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he would fall that far. I don't think he will.
And then here's some trade scenarios that they've also had that have came up. Cardinals take Smith at 11 with a trade with the New York Giants. Cardinals select Najee Harris at 23 when they trade back with the Jets. Cardinals take Collins at 26 with a trade with the Cleveland Browns. So they've got a few of these saying going back. I mean, I see a few going back. I do not see any going up to go get
Pitts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I know we all are hopeful for that, or a lot of us are hopeful for that. Some people don't want to give up the draft capital, but Angela, my take as well. This is taking very long to get this first pick. They're down to under 3 minutes now when they've known the pick for months. So
Yeah.
this is definitely the NFL asking them as a solid, hey, drag this out as long as possible because we want the viewers, we want the hype, we need the ratings for ESPN, the advertisers, all of that.
I'm surprised Trevor Lawrence isn't there. I thought they said they were going to have some of the players actually there.
No, they do. They have a ton of the players there. He just elected not to go.
Not to go.
So, yeah, very interesting that he's not. But then again, Cleveland Browns. Why am I blanking on the name right now? Quarterback.
Baker Mayfield.
There we go. Baker Mayfield, he wasn't there either. And he went number 1. So it's not the first number 1 is skipped the draft itself. So
yeah. Well, it looks like the weather's kind of cleared up a little bit there, huh? Cleveland's still cloudy and rainy.
Yeah, I'm excited. One year we will do a trip to the NFL draft.
Hey, well, I'm excited because let's make a deal right now. Next year, no more virtual. Vegas.
Yeah, I would love. Well, we were going. Remember, we talked about it last year about doing Vegas.
We were doing
a bus trip.
Next year it's in Vegas. It's back in Vegas, so we got to be there.
No, yeah, I think that would be a blast, and definitely something we should look at. A lot of fans. We had fans asking us if we were going to go to if we were going to make the trip to Cleveland this year. So it is something on the radar, guys. I would be excited to go to Cleveland and enjoy the draft. Hey, the pick is in.
Oh, yes.
So this will be
They traded to Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers, the Jacksonville Jaguars. That'd be something.
We need that news to be official, like right now.
Yeah.
Jason Lockenfora, the Lawrence gang doesn't exactly look amped about any of this.
No.
So, very interesting.
Well, I mean, at least we'll be there this season. We'll get to see them. So we'll get to see number 1 draft pick, see how that plays out. Hopefully we pick them off 3 or 4 times and get a nice win down there in Jacksonville and enjoy that road trip.
David Spade, Arizona local, and obviously comedian, actor. He says, pick him or I will. He's overweighting as well. So obviously it's everyone's consensus that we are tired of waiting. So here we go.
All right, announce it.
Well, mine's going to come on a delay, but it'll add for a reaction. Let's get the audio in.
Is ready to announce the first pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. Here we go. With the first pick.
Oh, boo the hell out of him.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence, quarterback.
Shocker.
Look how excited he is.
They're not celebrating. Wow. Oh, there we go. They were just on a delay. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I was like, what a reaction. All right, I'll turn this back down.
Yeah. So that's 1 down. Breaking news. There it is already. ESPN, number 1 pick, Trevor Lawrence.
Yep. Wow. Well, we knew that was the pick. Now we move on to 2.
Let's see if the Jets will move quickly here.
Jets, Jets. David Spade. No way. Trevor Lawrence, I just lost $500,000. We will have Cam Cox joining us again here in a little bit. Blake Allen Murphy will be back in a little bit from Revenge of the Birds. So we will have more reaction as the night moves on.
And if you're a big super fan and you're on the feed and you feel like you want to be on camera and join us, message us and maybe we'll bring you on the show. We got room, right?
Yeah, why not? We can bring people on. I know Justin Duran's been messaging me like crazy wanting to get on.
I know my crew down in Australia is probably I think they're doing their own podcast for the Birdgang Down Under there. Normally would love to have one of those guys come on and chat it up with us, but we'll see if they reach out. I guess I can invite them in, and we'll see where we go from there.
Yeah, now the Jets on the clock, and it looks like the clock's moving, which is nice.
Yeah, it's going a little quicker there.
Yeah, and the last one went forever, so yeah, interesting here if they've sped things up a little bit. So you had to bet. So here's some fun facts. You had to bet $50,000 on Trevor Lawrence to go number 1
to win $1?
To win $4,000.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's enough people that did it, probably.
Yeah. Well, it was a sure thing. I mean, well,
I'm just checking online to see if I've seen any other news coming up here.
Pro Football Talk says everyone is looking forward, or everyone is 1 for 1 in their mock drafts right now. So far, the mock drafts are correct. This is where it will get interesting at 2. The Niners at 3. So keep watch on that. It'll be interesting what happens with them. Obviously, you're thinking they're going to take a quarterback. They do have Jimmy G. Don't think they're going to get rid of him yet, but is he the starter? Is he the starter going into the first game of the season, pending they take a quarterback at 3? So
we'll see real quick here. So it looks like with the Jets, just taking a quick look at their rundown, they're obviously top needs: QB, cornerback, offensive line, defensive line, and tight end.
Yeah, but they're going quarterback here. I mean, you trade Darnold, you know you're going QB.
Yeah, it's definitely jumping on the QB here, unless maybe they land
right here. You would think
they can land the Aaron Rodgers magic in New York.
JJ Watt an hour ago had tweeted out the picture of Cliff in his house and said mood. He's going to fit in quite nice here this year.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited. I can't wait to meet. I can't wait to.
Wait. Have you ordered a JJ Watt jersey yet? Because you're pretty quick on ordering those jerseys.
Well, I didn't think I was going to live past last week, so
okay, fair enough.
Then I thought about it. I said, do I order it and then just tell the wife I want to be buried in it?
Oh, jeez.
And then I thought, well, maybe if I do that, maybe that, jinxes me and I end up being buried in it. So I held off on ordering it. I was kind of disappointed because I had been looking online and I was going to do the road jersey because, I like getting the road jersey. We go on the road games and I like to have the road jersey to wear when the away jersey a lot of times when we're out there, because then the players see it and they know, hey, this, he followed me on the road. But they didn't have any larges. Everything was sold out. It was either like 3XLs or smalls. Now, granted, I've lost some weight over the course of having everything go on with my health and everything, but I don't know if I could fit into a medium yet. So
we were celebrating the thought of Aaron Rodgers going to Denver, but Ian Rappaport just came out with an update. Green Bay hasn't engaged at all, despite a few teams calling about trading for Aaron Rodgers. The Packers have no plan to trade him, so nothing has changed. But I did read today, Aaron Rodgers basically said, whether I'm traded or not, I am not playing this year in Green Bay. So
yeah. So again, right now, it looks like the Jets, I'm showing the Jets pick is in.
Yep.
So we'll wait and see what we got going on here next. And then we got San Fran coming up on the clock. Looks like their top needs again, QB, cornerback, defensive line, offensive line, and tight end. So similar to what the Jets need. I think those are mainly the most needs of most teams. So let's see which way the Jets go here. Definitely hasn't popped yet. Let's see what we got coming up. I'm keep waiting.
Yep, Jets are up. Let me get the audio back on here. Jets fans in full force.
Does well with Sam. The Jets hope that Zach Wilson with better talent rather than Sam had will really prosper in New York. No big stages, no big games. Now he's in the Big Apple. We'll see how he handles it. Resetting the contract has been a huge part of the decisions the teams are making in this day and age as well, and that feels like it's a big part of it here. But this one has been a foregone conclusion.
Oh, that's cool. They are bringing. I didn't hear that earlier, but they're bringing up a fan every pick. That's pretty cool.
For the second time in 4 seasons, the New York Jets will draft.
And Roger Goodell is personally trying to win over every fan one by one. He just showed the Jets fan the pick before he announced it.
Yep.
He will get cheered at some point, damn it.
The New York Jets select Zach Wilson, quarterback, BYU.
Well, kind of knew
there
that.
We go.
So all chalk so far. God, he does look like a child.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. So 2 QBs down, going on to the third pick, the San Francisco 49ers, followed by Atlanta at 4, which makes me wonder, does Kyle Pitts go 4 to Atlanta? Or is there any shot that we could get him? Because Would love to see it. I think 4 is where we might see some trade action.
Yeah. San Fran, right? So
San Fran's up 3, followed by Atlanta at 4.
And San Fran's been rumored either Mac from Alabama or Trey Lance from North Dakota State.
Yep, it will be interesting who they pick. But again, it goes to the Jimmy Garoppolo question. Does Jimmy G start the season? What do you think, Eric? Or is it whoever they take here at 3?
Well, I mean, they made a lot of moves, right, to get to 3. So you had to know you're going all in for a franchise type player to do that, I would think. So,
God, how scary would it? Oh, I don't even want to speak. Never mind. I don't want to speak it into existence. I'm gonna refrain from saying what I wanted to say.
All I want to know is, if you see all of a sudden a trade pop up right here.
Oh, don't see. That's what I was gonna say. Do we see a trade here?
Little cheese wedge.
Oh boy.
Yeah, then it's bad news twice this year for us. Then
that's what we need to hope for is no trades happen here. They take a quarterback, and then they won't be trading for Mr. Aaron Rodgers. So
yeah, I don't want to be seeing Aaron Rodgers throwing to George Kittle twice a year with us playing him.
Yeah. No, that would not be a good time for sure. 5 minutes left, it looks like, on the countdown for the Niners. Again, could go quarterback here. All chalk so far, so would like to see some shakeup at some point. We think we see that at 4. I would think Atlanta does not stay there at 4. So it will be interesting to see what happens here right after this pick at 3. Again, we'll have Cam Cox join us here in a little bit after 6:30. He will be on to break down the Cardinals pick. The Cardinals, again, at 16 currently. They could move up. They could move back. It could be a long night for us. Last year we were spoiled. We got to be done pretty early with the Simmons pick. This year, not so much. Which, I mean, ultimately, you do want the Cardinals to pick in the later picks in the first round. But today it might be because we're trading back. So.
Down about 4 minutes on San Francisco's clock here, so we'll take a look to see. Might get a couple of these come in pretty quick here. Usually they start picking up speed.
Well, they're already celebrating, it looked like. I mean, they just showed the draft room. It looks so. I think their picks in, maybe.
No, not yet. It hasn't showed. Hasn't updated.
First round Jets draft pick history. Zach Wilson just now. Before that, Sam Darnold in 2018. Mark Sanchez in 2009. Chad Pennington. How about that name in 2000?
Yeah.
He had a nice little career, Chad Pennington. Had a few injuries, though. There's that 49er faithful that we despise. 3 minutes and some change.
Yeah, I think you're about 10 seconds behind me on your ESPN feed.
Yep. Are you on? What are you watching? 15 or the?
No, I'm watching ESPN just on a live feed.
It's because I'm on the internet and you're on cable.
No, I'm streaming on.
Oh, are you?
On Roku.
Oh man, well then it's just my crappy.
Or it's through my Sling or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't even know what I got anymore. I just watch TV. So, well.
Again, don't forget the schedule release. Normally it's a week before the draft. This year, May 12th. So we wanted to have packages out by May 1st. That won't be happening. It will now be, we're projecting May 15th to get those packages out for you to start booking trips. So.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the other QB from Ohio State. Third option for San Francisco.
Yep. I mean, clock is still ticking. They're gonna chew this up all the way. I want to go over the Cardinals' schedule here in a moment, but I am pulling up some more info here.
Oh, getting back to you asked me about the JJ Watt jersey. I was like, no, and then the more I think about it now is I got to try to get one in. I think before the charity golf tournament here in 2 weeks, because I definitely like to get a picture with him there at the golf tournament. Maybe wearing his jersey. So I try to run one down somewhere through NFL or somewhere online where I can pick one up.
No, for sure. That'd be a nice add to the jersey collection. Any Cardinal fans are on here that have jerseys XL that they want to get rid of weird players, players that you wouldn't normally wear. I have quite the collection of weird jerseys. So I would love to chat with you about that offline. So,
well, 49ers pick is in. I'm showing.
All right, let's go here with some sound.
Justin Fields, that was it. I couldn't think of the name. Justin Fields. So we're either Justin Fields, Mac,
Process is better, if not as well, if not better than
or Trey Lance.
Fans, if you got a take on who you think they're taking, go ahead and.
Yeah, you guys can type it out in the chat there. I know the chat's been kind of quiet. If we can see that, I can scoot forward a little and try to read it from my screen here. But let's see what they say here on the pick. I think we might be losing a few viewers there. Everybody's getting tired. This is taking quite long.
Are they picking for the Packers? Omar, let's not jinx us here.
Here we go right now.
Here he comes.
Nope, Trey Lance, North Dakota State.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State.
I love that all these Niner fans are celebrating. They have not watched any of Trey Lance play. Get out of here.
No. It's a good kid, though, man. He's a good kid.
Possible. Trey Lance, who started 17 college football games at the FCS level, is in tears as he walks.
Isn't that your wife's alma mater?
Yes, it is. So she'll be happy. Another NDSU player in the league.
All right, this is where it gets interesting, guys. Now hold on to your seats because
from Atlanta on.
Atlanta's up. Here is where does Atlanta stay or does Atlanta move? That'll be what's interesting for sure. I would love to see what ends up happening here, or we will see that momentarily. I would love to see some shakeup here and not keep drafting the guys we think that are going to go. A lot of rumors that Pitts could go here. I saw Mel Kiper's list here of his top 5, and Pitts wasn't in it. So, if you're going best available, that would not be the case right now.
Yeah, so let's see what they got. Atlanta.
Yeah, what are their needs?
DL, CB, OL, S, and QB.
So not even tight end was not mentioned there.
Tight end is not mentioned, even though they got best available showing right now on the board. Pitts, Devonta Smith, and Jamar Chase. So, Bengals are looking. They could use a tight end.
So what's interesting there is that with the Niners taking a quarterback, unless, it always could happen. They could trade the player that they drafted. But I would hope Aaron Rodgers either stays put in Green Bay or those rumors about Denver are true. And he makes a move to Denver.
Yeah. It'll be interesting here to see where Atlanta goes here. I mean, sooner or later, Atlanta's going to need a QB too, but they might get a couple more years out of Matt Ryan. Down about 5 minutes on Atlanta's clock.
Time is ticking. I'm going to go back to Twitter and see what what people are saying. I'm sending a link to, if you didn't know, Tyler of Heartland, my boss. He is the most dialed-in college guy I know. I'll see. I'm sending to him now. I'm scared to send it to Justin Duran.
Yeah. Although it is a Thursday night, I'm sure he's okay. He's probably behaving himself tonight.
Well, I don't know. The Suns just made the playoffs. He might be celebrating very hard.
Still, yeah, that's true.
He is more of a Suns fan than a he's a big Cardinal fan.
Although, you know what, we're good. The FCC ain't gonna shut us down. Oh, there's a little Red Sea, Rise Up Red Sea flag in the back there of the live shot. I can see it at the draft. Some Cardinal fans there in attendance, hanging out. Some lucky fans that got selected by the team to represent the fan base in Cleveland. I wonder if my ball was in the hopper for that. You know, I don't know. I'm just salty. I've never been picked to go on the field, man. I can't even stand on the fucking sidelines.
Whoa! Hey, good show.
During a pregame one day, you know, for everything that I do and all the effort I put forth, you would think they'd be like, Eric, we're gonna let you stand on the sideline, just get a quick picture, and then go up to your seats. But one day maybe. Can only ask to be around so much, so we got some shout outs with our jerseys. Somebody's calling it right there. Yeah, Eric Swan and Jake the Snake.
That is the Bacon Realtor.
That is. Oh yeah. Okay. Awesome.
I did invite him to join us actually right now. He has this private Instagram story that goes to Cardinal fans that is awesome. Mike Buchanan. Good old Mike. Mike, are you going to join us in Dallas?
Yeah, he owes me a lot of barbecue. He promised me that if I lived through my kidney surgery that he would treat for barbecue. So we'll be there. Hard 8.
Michael holding strong. Love it.
Michael Simon too. Michael Simon, are you in town or are you watching the stream from Mexico?
Atlanta's pick is in, so no trade at 4, so no shakeup yet.
Let's see.
Mike Buchanan, you bet your ass I'll be there.
What up, Nate? Man, I'll just be glad to just do some tailgating, you know? I miss tailgating. I miss setting all that shit up. No, I really don't, but do I get a pass this season while I'm still healing?
No.
No.
You'll be on the lawn setting up tents.
I gotta unload and set stuff up. Oh, dang. Should ask them if they would have took an arm.
You'll be healed by then. Michael Simon, Chicago and Dallas, I'm in. You're not going to come to Nashville, huh? Nashville is the trip of the year. We did a survey a couple weeks ago, and Nashville is the trip that everybody wants to go on. Oh, Atlanta's up.
Somebody got a spoiler alert in there. Falcons pick Kyle Pitts.
No!
Oh, that's it. Yep.
I just turned off my feed of it, too, on accident.
The draft is over.
Damn it, I did it again. Oh, I really wanted them to go up and make a move.
Oh, it's a little loud there, man.
I missed the pick. Sorry, I was too late.
That's all right. Somebody call it out. Everybody's got faster connection than us.
Man. He just looks like a stud. Just looks like a stud.
Yeah, I mean, the beast.
Ugh. Oh, Kenny Salinas, license plate man. Got some love from J.J. Watt last week. He says he'll step in your place and do setup.
Oh, okay. Nice. Says I'll help you unpack.
Kenny, don't let him get out of this.
It's only 7 games, man. Oh. Maybe we just go real light this year on the tailgate. No tent.
The Falcons offensive skill group looks like this. Matt Ryan at quarterback, Julio Jones and Calvin Ridley at wide receiver, Kyle Pitts and Hayden Hurst at tight end, and running back Mike Davis. You're going to have a really good offense.
Yeah, but they'll still blow 31-point leads. So.
Man.
Oh, but yeah. Anyways, outside of that, who you said we got Cam coming back? 6.
Yeah, Cam will be back in about 40 minutes. Blake will be getting on here whenever the Cardinals come up. Mike Udarte can tell I am not happy about this pick. I was trying to speak Pitts into existence.
Did you pre-order a Pitts jersey?
I did not, but I did have Mike make a Photoshop that we posted earlier this week of Pitts in Cardinals jersey because I was trying to make it happen.
I saw it. Yeah, definitely. I saw that. Interesting.
Jody Ayler from 910 was saying that he would hope that the Falcons would take Justin Fields. Having a chance for 20 years of uninterrupted quarterback play is worth more than a Hall of Fame receiver. Well, they did not do that.
So who's the next team on? Who's the next team on the clock?
Cincinnati's up, and then where it could get shaken up again is Miami and Detroit. Miami at 6, Detroit at 7. There was talks that teams would trade up with Detroit, so it'll be interesting to see there. Miami's got a lot of capital. Do they want more?
Yeah. Who needs a quarterback in these next coming teams, though?
Well, Cincinnati's good at quarterback. Miami's good at quarterback. Detroit needs a quarterback.
That's true. So Justin Fields maybe to Detroit.
The Detroit traded for Goff, but that isn't necessarily the answer or who they're sticking with.
Right.
So, a lot of that was more just to get capital. Mike Buchanan says if the Cardinals are trading, it will happen within the next 3. Here's the thing. None of the Cardinals picks have been taken yet, other than maybe Pitts. So ultimately, the Cardinals don't need to make a move yet. This is where we're going to start seeing maybe some of their picks going off the board. So the guys that they may have high on their draft board.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try to turn my mic back on. Let's test this out real quick while we wait.
Yeah, we got a commercial break on the draft anyway, so we can work on that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, I think I hit the mute button earlier. That was the problem.
Oh, that sounds a lot better.
Yeah. Too bad we went so long with me having bad audio, but there you go. Jeez.
Oh, well, it happens. We only do this once a year, twice a year.
Vince Marotta thinks that Kyle Pitts looks a lot like Anquan Bolden in his draft cap.
Yeah. Well, since his pick is in, so let's see what we got here. Ain't gonna show it until they come back from commercial. So
No, not in the first round. Those later rounds, you get the surprises, but trying to see if there's any cool takes online right now. Jay Feely, 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. I don't think so. Cam Cox thought that was a great take. Well, it'll be interesting if the Cardinals do take a corner. Obviously, all the corners still on the board currently. And that's what we're seeing from our people online. Again, leave a comment here. We'll put it up. Brian, need a corner. Yes, Brian, for sure. Brian, we need to get you on the road, brother. Mike Buchanan, I'm glad the Niners took Lance instead of Fields. And then for some of you, if you're not on our official Facebook page, Birdgang Travel, and you're in a Cardinals group, because we have shared this in all the different Cardinals groups out there, your comments won't show up with your name. So if we put your comment up, it's just going to say Facebook user. So make sure you join this feed from our Facebook. Good to see. We're starting to get a bunch of the viewers coming back right now because they know the Cardinals pick's coming up here soon.
Getting closer to the pick, and still a little ways away with this commercial stuff going on. Cincy's pick is in, but they haven't announced it yet. Let me see if they put it on the board anywhere. Sometimes these things pop up on NFL.com.
Cardinals have a cool picture of their draft room, and it just says soon. No.
Ooh, the fog rolling in off the lake in Cleveland there on the live video.
I'm excited for this next pick. Let's see who we got in Cincy. Who are they going to add to that either offense or defense? Jeff Ford, I'll be seeing y'all in Jacksonville. Jacksonville, to me, is the sleeper trip of the year, guys. I could see that being one of the best trips for sure. I know Nashville is going to be a party, and Chicago as well, and Dallas. Those are all home run hitters. But I think Jacksonville, for the price and everything else, is going to be an amazing trip and would be one I recommend thoroughly, especially if you're trying to do 2 trips. If you're trying to do 2 trips, let's be honest, Chicago, Nashville, Dallas, they're all expensive cities. So, it may not be feasible to do a Chicago, a Dallas, a Nashville for people out there. They might be able to do do all 3 or do 2 of them. But if you're trying to get 2 trips in, Jacksonville could be the affordable sleeper that you might want to pair with one of those other 3 trips.
Yeah, or you can go on
all of them. I mean, you can just mortgage the future. I'm with it.
You can just do Detroit, Cleveland, and call it a day.
Pick 5.
With the 5th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase, first wide receiver off the board.
Yeah, wow, at number 5.
He looks swag right now. I mean, that suit is money. Well, they're helping Joe Burrow out, getting a wide receiver. Juan Carlos announcing it. Chase is gone. Kenny Salinas being our Adam Schefter. Breaking news. So the Dolphins are on the clock, and because they were at that commercial break, it looks like they're starting their clock during that break. So they only have 5 minutes here.
5 minutes. Speeding up a little bit.
Thank God, because it feels like the Cardinals will not pick till 9 o'clock at this rate. So
what's your other thoughts on Number 11.
On Larry, we haven't talked about Larry.
I know. It's the only thing
With
we've held off
anybody.
on.
That might be something we need to talk about.
Nobody's brought it up. I mean, I'll tell you my thoughts. I think it's it. I think he's done. He's called it a career quietly, and he's ready to move on with life.
Here's my only thing. If he's done, though, what was he waiting for? I mean, it's like, seriously, what were we waiting for? Like,
I mean, he might already have told the team his intentions, right? He's always said he just wanted to go out quietly.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't know. When they were celebrating his, anniversary of coming into the league the other day, there was a lot of stuff that was coming out that just felt like it was a celebration of a career, and which should be on an anniversary. You should see those things, but I mean, I don't know. It just felt like he's done. But right here, Michael Simon, I don't think Larry's done. What do you guys think? Comment in the chat. Do we think Larry's done? I get people are going both ways. It doesn't really matter if he plays or not. It's more of a feel good. Gracie says 1 more year.
I don't think he goes anywhere else.
See, I honestly thought he was, and I thought that's what we were waiting for.
No, I think he quietly goes away, or maybe it's one of these. I mean, who was it? Wasn't it Gronk that one year that held out and then came into play late in the season when the Patriots were going to the Super Bowl or something? But the hard part is the process is to keep his body ready to play. So I don't see him going into the season and being like, all right, week 12, I'm going to play. I'm going to come back and I'm going to start playing. Just to keep his body at a game day kind of ready. There would be no reason to do that. So I don't know.
John, I think he's done. He deserves it. Best Cardinal of his lifetime. I said this last year. I've always been an Anquan Boldin guy. Love Fitz, but always been an Anquan Boldin guy. So next up, the Dolphins pick is in. No trades still through 6. So, 7, 8, 9, 10, that's where you might start seeing some action here. Mike's reasoning is, maybe I shouldn't post this one. No chemistry with Kyler, and Tampa signed Antonio Brown. Cards don't have the cash. Okay, listen, here's the thing about the cash. If you want to have the cash, you can have the cash. That's not hard. And let's be honest, Larry's taken us to the cleaners the past few years when you talk about how much cash he's been paid. So, he's at that point of his career where if he's trying to get a ring, he does everything to help the team financially. And at this point, is Larry, I get it. Larry loves money. All players love money. They deserve money. But does he really need the cash anymore right now? He's made plenty of money. So at this point, it's, do you want to win a championship? Do you want to keep playing because you enjoy the game? I agree, Michael. Why wait so long to announce it? Maybe he's trying to give the respect of the NFL and wait till after the draft. I don't know. That'd be the only reason I think that he's waited so long, but it is very strange.
I mean, I just think the other thing is I don't think he fits in the offense anymore. There's really not a spot for him anymore in the offense. And I think he feels that too. So, but we'll see. I mean,
so remember when we said the Dolphins they were flying through their pick? Well, now they're not. I mean, we have been waiting for a long time.
Well, it says the Dolphins pick is in on my screen.
I know it, but it said that for a while. I mean, we're just chilling. That does look really cool. We need to bring out a full couple busload of Cardinal fans for a draft. Seeing these fans in these little pods. Look at a good old Mel. Guy hasn't aged at all.
So do we see Patrick Surtain come off the board here, or do we see
Blake
Devonta Smith come off the board here?
Blake Allen Murphy says the first 5 picks of the draft were mostly predictable, At this, Waddle's the common pick, but Sewell could go 2. The Dolphins might have missed out on one of the guys they wanted. What if they went quarterback and just totally gave up on the Tua thought?
No, I don't think so.
I know. That would I'm just looking for craziness to happen. All right, here we go.
There you go.
In the 2021 NFL Draft,
Waddle.
the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Waddle,
Yep.
wide receiver, Alabama.
He doesn't look happy.
Oh,
No, maybe it's delay. I don't know. His crew's happy, but he doesn't look very happy.
He's got some diamond shoes on, though. Did you see his shoes?
Oh, his whole outfit is nice. Like that chain, too.
He didn't show his shoes yet. He's got like a mile walk from the green room over to the stage.
Yeah, a lot of respect, though, between all the players. That's pretty cool. Seeing all the love.
He reminds me a lot like a John Brown.
Jason Moore, 6 for 6 on his picks. Yeah, this year, people are getting it right. So no offensive linemen have been taken yet. Let's talk about that. The Cardinals could go O-line at this rate with O-linemen falling. Now, granted, we're still 10 picks away, but, Cardinals offensive line has gotten better, but could you see them make a move and take an offensive lineman if they're best available at that point? That will be interesting, to say the least. All the wide receivers, though, getting taken at this point. Waddle's comparisons are Tyreek Hill. So, yes, John Brown would also be very similar.
Oh, Detroit's pick is in already. Moving quick here.
Man, they rush to get that in.
Yep. And then we got Carolina will be on the clock next.
The Lions with Jared Goff now at quarterback. Sorry for the dead air there. I'm sending a text to a Lions fan, I know. Interesting that they move so quick. I want to see what they're picking here. Do you got what the needs are here?
I think I just closed it. Hold on a second. Bumping it back up here. Yeah, scoot forward.
Coming up at 8, we got Carolina. At 9, it looks like Denver. Which, again, a couple hours ago, rumors, Aaron Rodgers to Denver. Those have now been disputed, but interesting to say the least. He's saying Sewell. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest.
So Detroit's seeing needs at wide receiver, linebacker, safety, cornerback, and offensive line. So this might be. I mean, they're looking wide receiver as their top need. This might be a Devonta Smith right here going. We might see back-to-back wide receivers right here.
My Detroit guy says Sewell.
I
hope I'm saying that right. So we'll see. He's pretty dialed in on Detroit football. Oh, commercials again. So it's going to be a bit. Jeff, I'm sorry. I was up at like 5 a.m. this morning. So I'm trying not to yawn, but.
Jeff Ford.
Yeah, he's giving me crap for yawning. Here's the thing also, though. So I'm going to talk about this. We did get invited by one of our awesome partners to play in the Cardinals charity golf tournament next month. And I've never golfed in my life. So I've been golfing now 2 times. Today I went to hit some golf balls at the range and try to get my swing where I'm not dribbling the ball in the dirt. But I did that for an hour at lunchtime from noon to 1, and the heat today was real. And so between waking up early and the heat here in Arizona, for those of you that are watching other parts of the country, I mean, it's 90 something today. We're already in the heat, in the mix of it, of summer.
And Tyler's in his garage right now, so
That's the other key part that we're not talking about is my little setup here is in my garage. It is hotter in my garage than it is outside. I have a cooling unit next to me, but it's definitely not helping things. Although last year I was like sweating bullets. So I think it was hotter last year being in the garage, but
it might have been. I don't know. I'm freezing here in my fan cave myself. I had to shut the air conditioning off. It was too cold for a little bit, so just the bright lights putting off a lot of heat.
Bright lights, big city.
Yep. So no, the golfing, yeah. So hopefully, like I said, I'll be able to putt. I know they said it was funny because I came out of surgery and I started talking to the doctor and I said, what can I do? What can I do? And he's like, first thing he tells me, he's like, well, for the first 6 to 8 weeks, you're not going to be wanting to do any rock climbing or rowing. And I was like, what?
Yeah.
And he was like, rowing, and I was like, dude, I've never done that shit in my life. I'm like, I'm not going to start now. I'm like, you don't got to worry about me rock climbing. And he's like, well, just no strenuous activities and stuff like that.
You
I'm
look like a rock climber.
I'm like, yeah. The hardest thing for me is just getting up and down the stairs in my house. So, yeah, we'll see. Hopefully we get we get paired up with somebody good on our golf thing. And
there we go. Lions pick.
They can just hit it long and I can putt.
With the 7th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Penei Sewell.
Yep, there it is. Sewell.
There's our offensive tackle.
Yep. I don't like the delay. I wish they had the rapid reaction.
Yeah. Well, everything's delayed. We're delayed. They're delayed. 6'6", 330. Dude's huge.
Yeah, it's a big boy.
So we have Carolina on the clock. See where they go next.
Only 3 minutes already. So, yeah, they've been burning some of this. Once that pick goes in, it sounds like they started up right away.
Yeah.
Could singles travel to Cardinal games? Yes, we get singles all the time travel to Cardinal games with us. So you don't need to come with a group. You can always come on your own. You can bring friends. I talked about that earlier. A lot of misconception is when we take road trips, people ask, oh, my girlfriend or my boyfriend, they're fans of the team that we're going to see, but they don't want to come with a bunch of Cardinal fans. Well, I'll tell you this. We always have significant others or friends or, whatever come that are in the home team's gear and the home team not being us because we're traveling to road games. So, it's a fun, safe group and it's awesome just because everyone gets to have a great time. So don't be fearful if you have friends that are supporting the home team that want to go to those. They're wrong and they'll get to see their team lose, but they're always welcome to come and join us.
I mean, you can come single and leave hooked up, and we don't charge extra for that. So if it happens, it happens. No, a lot of people have fun. Whatever. It just says, if you can get a travel buddy, it makes the room a lot cheaper. It definitely breaks the package down. How we set our packages up. Obviously, the more you can fit into your room together, cheaper the package is going to be. They said single as in one. LOL. Yeah. No. Yeah, definitely a single as in one. We have quite a few single people, right, Tyler?
Yeah, we've had people come by themselves.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember this.
Well,
yeah,
we've had people come by themselves every year, and then they meet up with friends in that town and things like that. So it's you can always come and join the big group.
Yep.
Barrett Tucker still there.
Down about a minute and a half here on Carolina, waiting on them, see what happens here.
John makes a great point. No defensive players taken yet.
Yeah. Well,
so
we're going to start looking at a few coming and going here. Let's see what we got. Carolina. Let's see what their needs are, biggest needs for Carolina. As soon as I can get this.
No, Adrian's asking, so I need 2 ladies to make it affordable. No, you don't need anyone to make it affordable. We actually do a 3 3 payment plan, just like the Cardinals do for season tickets. So you will have time, about usually 6 to 8 weeks in between payments. So a couple paychecks to come in. So
and I mean, it's so yeah. Let me clarify that. I mean, it's really not much difference. So like, you might look at, for one person, the package is $1,100 for a single person. So, for example, if you have 2 people in the room together, then it might be $900 a person or $950 per person. So there's where your discount is where you're getting. Obviously, we can fit multiple people in the same room, so your room is obviously going to be discounted when you have more people staying in that room.
Yeah, we've had groups of 4. Shack up with 2 beds in a room, and they figure it out. It's sometimes it's couples, sometimes it's just buddies, sometimes it's a group of girls. They have a good time. So there's definitely a lot of opportunity to add on to your room to try to save some bucks for sure. Now let's talk about what's in the packages real quick. As they're at commercial, take a shot. As they're at commercial, in the packages typically, so let's start the weekend off. Typically, when you first get there, the first day is typically a travel day, and we'll usually have check-in the following morning. When we do the check-in in the following morning, you usually get some cool swag items. We usually make some theme items for the trip. You also get a signed ball by the player. This year's player will be Byron Murphy. He was our player last year, but we didn't get to take a trip. So you'll get a signed Byron Murphy football for every person in your group. So if you have 4 in your group, you get 4 signed footballs. If you have 1 in your group, you get 1 signed football. In addition, so we'll do check-in. Then that first evening, that Friday night, typically, Thursday's the travel day. Friday's the first night. We'll usually have some sort of party. If there's a body of water, we usually do a cool boat party where you get some drinks. We have a DJ. We party on some water. Have a good time. Saturday night usually is our pep rally party. So we give you the days to go and explore and sightsee. This year, something we will do and we'll look into, we thought about this after New Orleans, is we saw a lot of people taking like group tours and doing things like that. We will look at those and make those an option ahead of time. If you want to sign up, they won't be a part of the packages, but we will have some blocked out time to go with Cardinal fans to do some of the sightseeing stuff. So that will be optional. Again, it will not come with the package. If you want to sign up for them, you will be available, because we had a lot of Cardinal fans say, I remember in New Orleans, we did a lot of those graveyard tours, and fans were like, oh, this would have been so cool to do as a group. And so that is something in these cities that we will look to do this year.
Carolina pick coming in right now.
Once I see him on stage here, I will cue up the sound. Saturday night pep rally party. Usually on the bigger trips, Michael Bidwell will come by, take some pictures with some fans.
Oh, J.C. Horn. Sorry, spoiled it.
The Carolina Panthers select J.C. Horn, defensive back, South Carolina.
The Broncos.
First corner off the board. First defensive player off the board.
Broncos are back. I'm trying to read back to the comments. Somebody asked me.
Hold on. Let's finish the trip out. So Saturday night, usually a pep rally party. It's usually, again, drinks, food, hors d'oeuvres, all kinds of stuff. Oh, Ryan's joining. We're going to put him in a second. He could talk about J.C. Horn here. And then Sunday, we've got our Sunday, we do our tailgate. And it's all you can eat, all you can drink. It's a blast. going into the games. And then Sunday you get your game tickets. Someone did ask, do the fans sit together? It all depends on the trip. The more fans we have, it's harder to get them all together. But you're always on the Cardinals lower level, on the Cardinals sideline or corner. For the most part, sometimes we've had to go end zone just because of availability. You know, when we take 500 fans, it's hard to always get tickets right next to each other, but it just depends on the city. We've had cities where all the fans were in the same section. We've had some cities where fans were spread out within a couple. What's nice is you'll always be by other fans, because it's not like we'll put 2 fans by themselves in one section. You'll always be by a good chunk of fans. The other part is you'll always be with the group that you book with. So we've had groups of like 12 of multiple couples just say, hey, we want to be by each other. We'll make sure that happens and that you get to sit by each other and are paired by each other. Now, you may not have 12 seats in a row, but you may have 4, 4, and 4, and within a couple seats of each other, and it'll be great. So it'll be a good time. Ryan, I don't see your video. Are you joining by video or just audio here? Let's see.
Just audio in the middle of a move, so it's like not the best surroundings right now.
So Ryan is my boss, but also my college guru. Talk about J.C. Horn.
Yeah, Mr. Horn. Well, obviously good pedigree, right? Joe Horn's son. Extremely strong, aggressive defensive back. So when you think of like strong and kind of aggressive defensive backs in kind of recent memory, you got to think of like Aeneas Williams, right? For all our Cards fans, Aeneas was not afraid to press, anything like that. One thing that J.C. Horn definitely has to clean up, because as we know, the yellow flags in the NFL are a lot more likely to be thrown when you put hands on a receiver or a tight end coming across the middle. And that was a one knock on JC.
It's definitely an offensive game, right? In the NFL.
100%. And you got to remember, and the other thing is too, is that he played the SEC East, which is not as strong as the SEC West. So the receivers just aren't as prevalent as they are in the Western Division side of that. So listen, I think he's a good defensive back. If he would have fallen to 16, I think we would have had to pick him. Picking at 8 to Carolina is to me a reach, especially when Mr. Surtain's still on the board.
I saw, we were talking about it earlier, mock drafts. Who had Surtain falling to us? That was it was Chris. No, it was Chris Trapasso.
Oh, okay.
He had Surtain from CBS. So he said that he thinks Surtain will fall to us. He's the only one that thinks Surtain will fall to us. But we're getting closer. What are we at? We're at the 9th pick.
We're at 9 right now. Yeah.
Denver. So Denver at 9. Be interesting to see what they do here. Followed by Dallas at 10 and the Giants at 11. Still no trades yet. So we'll be interested to see what happens next. Ryan, who do you? I already know who you want to see. Tell me all the reasons why Najee Harris should be the pick for the Cardinals at 16.
So here's my take. Najee at 16 to me is too high, not because of talent, because I think that we could get him if we move back. I think that you have maybe a couple of teams, Pittsburgh being one, that will look at running back, and the Jets at 23, right? And so I think Najee is a good pick, just not at 16. And then for whatever reason, right, running backs this high, I think if we can get a higher second or later second and a third in this draft to move back, I think we got to do it, especially how things are kind of shaking up right now. I don't think there's been any surprises in the top 10 other than Horn. I guess maybe Trey Lance going at 3. But I don't know. I love Najee Harris. I think the comparison I made to him today, Tyler, was a bigger, I guess Christian McCaffrey. So it would essentially be not Christian McCaffrey, but who did I say earlier today? I can't even think of who it was. But Le'Veon Bell. There we go. That's who Najee reminds me of. So big, athletic, can catch the ball. It waits for the lanes to open up, right? He's very methodical with what he does. He can take a high volume of carries and catches and not have to come out a la David Johnson in his prime. I know Alex Clancy earlier gave David Johnson a 1.5 year prime, but it was an exciting 1.5 years for sure. And so he's going to be a lot like that, a lot like David Johnson in the prime. But that's why I like Najee.
Alex Clancy earlier, the 1.5 year of David Johnson.
Yeah. Yep, the 1.5 years.
that was his tribe.
Yeah, so are we feeling Justin Fields right here to Denver?
Well, wait. Going on that note, Aaron Rodgers earlier, the rumor was Aaron to Denver. So this will be very interesting.
So the pick is in right now. I was to say they were taking this thing down to the single digits here, but it's in finally now. So we'll see who they get at Denver.
Ryan, what do you think about Aaron Rodgers to Denver? Everyone was saying it was done, and now it's saying that no, it's not happening. And Green Bay staring at that.
Mark Schlereth said that it was all a done deal.
Yeah,
everybody else.
He's a Denver homer.
Oh yeah, is saying there's no way. They're not even in talks. So I mean, unless he knows something nobody else knows, I don't know. I it'd be interesting here. I mean, if they take like Surtain or something like that, I guess we'll know exactly what's happening. But
Yep, it'll be interesting. Their pick is in. Dallas up next. The Giants at 11.
Do we know? Have you guys? I know you guys are, I think, a little bit ahead of me. Have they made that pick? I don't know.
No, they've not made it yet.
Okay.
No, not yet.
He's not even on the stage yet, on my view. So it will be. We're getting close. I mean, we're at 9. We're only 7 picks away from the Cardinals here. So you don't necessarily want Najee at 16. That's where you'd like to see the Cardinals trade back.
Yeah, unless Surtain falls, right? If Surtain falls, I think that's.
I'll turn my volume up. Let me know if you can hear this, Tyler.
It's low. Keep going a little higher if you can. Even higher.
There we go.
Here we go.
In the 2021
Good chance.
NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Pat Surtain Jr.
There you go.
I think that tells you right now that they are working on something for Rodgers.
Yeah,
I think
they didn't get the quarterback.
Yep.
Yep. Interesting.
Gosh, I'm blanking. Who was their quarterback last year? It was
Drew Lock.
Yeah, Drew Lock.
Yeah. No,
very
horrible.
memorable.
Yeah.
God, that was bad. Drew Lock.
Terrible.
So the Cardinals definitely won't be trading up at this point, I would think.
No.
I mean, there's still guys there. I mean, all the people that that most people had, Caleb Farley, Zaven Collins, Jalen Phillips, J.C. Horn already went. Devontae Smith's still there, right? Devontae Smith.
He's the only one.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith's still there.
Yep.
Huh. I think
Vera Tucker's still there, though.
Oh, man.
And people talked about him a couple weeks ago.
That scares me.
There was a lot of talk. My only issue with him is if he ain't playing this year. Like, again, don't we want a player that's going to play this year? I mean, I would think if you're trying to go all for it, you're not getting a project or a guy that's going to be a couple years in the making. So that's why when I see these linebackers, I mean, Cam Cox said the same thing earlier. When you see linebacker, you see corner. Actually, I think that was probably Blake, actually. Not the corner, sorry. But you see the linebackers that people are projecting, the edge rushers. Those guys won't play this year. So, and Vera Tucker probably wouldn't play this year.
I mean, are you saying that you think Brian Winters is the right guard? Or
say it again?
Do you think Brian Winters is the right guard, or I guess. Why do you think he wouldn't play?
Well, at tackle. I don't know why you're saying guard. Because Barrett Tucker's going to be a. Oh, no, he's a guard. Oh, sorry. Okay, maybe.
I think you can move him to tackle. I see what you're saying. I was more of a question like, do we think Brian Winters is going to be the right guard? I think that he is. I think that he's going to beat out, whoever else we have at guard. But
yeah, no, it's possible.
Crazy.
Dallas, 5 minutes till the pick. We are now 6 picks away. Juan Carlos thinks we are going offensive tackle.
Well, so you know the Chargers. The Chargers are definitely going O-line.
Yep.
So it's whoever they have rated higher, right? So either Tucker or Rashawn Slater.
Well, and I mean, how much influence does Kyler Murray have on this?
That's true.
Because, Kyler Murray's been wanting offensive line help. He got some with Hudson.
Yeah.
So it will be interesting here as we are 6 picks away once again to talk about, again, our trips this year. Talking Nashville. Actually, the ticker has changed. I'm going to put the ticker on that recaps the trips this year. They will come out. The schedule release is May 12th. Trips will come out May 15th-ish. All things considered. Chicago, Cleveland, Dallas, Detroit, Nashville, Jacksonville. Those are the ones that are on the docket. With Nashville supposed to be the big trip of the year. I can easily see Chicago and Dallas also rivaling that trip with a lot of fans on the road.
Yo! Can you hear me? We just had a trade.
Oh,
Cowboys flip-flop with the Eagles. Eagles are now on the clock.
Strange bedfellows.
Sorry, I was just popping around, and all of a sudden I was trying to get my camera back on, and the trade went down.
Wow.
Yeah, definitely not a trade I would have saw coming there. Let's see where this one goes.
Wow, I can see Devontae Smith going here.
Yeah, definitely. The Eagles jumping all over that. That's a good call. Cowboys were in no need for a wide receiver.
The Eagles were such a mess last year. I'm throwing that at you as the Alabama fan.
Hey, it had nothing to do with the quarterback.
I know. I'm not saying it did. Such a mess.
Wow, they jumped
the
Giants.
The Giants, yeah. Look, how about that? So the Eagles worked together with the Cowboys to jump the Giants.
Yep.
Weird. What did they say they got back for that? Did they say
I'm trying
to ask that.
I'm trying to see where it was at here.
Let me pull on Twitter here and see if I got it. I think I'm going to lose my iPad before we pick, which is not going to be fun.
Yeah, it doesn't show what they got. I'm looking on NFL Network, and it doesn't have it up yet.
It says, if I'm Jason Lockenfora, this is not what they got, but he says, if I'm Dallas, I'm comfortable going down again. So you might see Dallas trade back even more. Eagles move up, trade their 3rd rounder and the 12th pick to Dallas for the 10th pick.
Hey, that's not bad. 3rd round, move up 2 picks.
Yeah.
And I think they might have had 2 third rounders, if I'm not mistaken.
Betting the Eagles didn't want to risk Devontae Smith going 11. So this will be interesting. A lot of people think Devontae Smith is the pick.
There's another guy, one of the ones that we were hot for, gone.
Yeah. Well, Again, all signs point to Najee Harris at this point at 16 or trading back.
Yeah.
If you're wanting someone that's going to, I mean, maybe O-line.
Yeah, Eagles had 2 third-round picks, so they gave up a late third-rounder. They still looks like they're still sitting on number 70 in the third round. So.
Okay.
All right, so John Gambadoro says, with Waddle and Chase gone and Horn and Surtain gone, the only player that would prevent the Cardinals from wanting to trade back is Devontae Smith. It is highly unlikely he'll be there at 16, but maybe a quarterback is still on the board, which could lead to a possible trade down. So as we get closer to the Cardinals pick, we might be getting further away from the Cardinals pick.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is this. If it shapes out right, none of these teams that are coming up need a quarterback except number 15, the Patriots. If the Patriots select Mack at 15, that could hurt us from a trade back perspective.
Yeah. So the Eagles. Oh. What do you got? Oh, I was going to recap. The Eagles started with the 6th pick. They traded down to the 10th. Is that right? No, sorry. They traded back to the 12th, and now they've moved up to the 10th. Is what I just saw on ESPN.
Yeah.
Is he coming on stage?
In a second here. I'm trying to get the volume right. I should have it in a second. Pick is in. They're just waiting for him to walk up.
So,
oh, here we go.
All right.
And go live to the commissioner here. Can you hear okay?
We're good.
I should go louder.
Oh.
It's low.
I gotcha.
He is kissing every fan's ass as he goes up to that stage.
The Dallas Cowboys have traded the 10th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 10th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Devontae Smith.
There you go.
Wide receiver.
Yep, that's who they wanted.
All right, Ryan, Devontae Smith. Or did I lose Ryan?
No, I mean, yeah, so I said
one of your Bama boys.
The top 3 wide receivers, obviously, Chase, Waddle, Devontae. Devontae is very similar to. Don't think of the final stats, right, or the career, right, because that's gonna skew what you're hearing from it. Devontae Smith is Jerry Rice, right? Polished route runner, smooth hands. As soon as he catches, he doesn't stop to catch the ball. He accelerates after catch. It is beautiful. He is literally a magician with the route running, where Jalen was very much a Tyreek Hill, right? Jamar Chase is like a DeAndre Hopkins, big, aggressive, good hands. Devontae Smith is borderline flawless, and he's a good kid. And I love this pick that he's going to be reunited with Jalen.
That catch they just showed of him over LSU. They're comparing him to Calvin Ridley on ESPN.
That's a good comparison.
And they just showed 2 catches that they both made, and they were like identical. It was beautiful. He wins on deep balls.
He will not make an error. I mean, the crazy thing to think about is 2 years ago, that Alabama wide receiver room had Jerry Jeudy, Henry Ruggs, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, and Irv Smith Jr., who's now starting tight end in Minnesota. Unbelievable.
Wow. The Giants up next. did they really finish good enough to be 11? I I don't remember the Giants being very good last year.
Maybe there was just that many bad teams.
Yeah, there wasn't anybody in that division that was good.
Yeah,
Remember?
that's why they're all picking next to each other. I mean, you literally have the Eagles, the Giants, the Cowboys back to back to back. Oh, they had a trade with the Bears.
Oh, they're gonna get Fields or Jones.
Yep, trade alert.
Wow.
Oh, so no, that is a trade now. That's happening.
Now, trade right now. New York Giants trade pick to the Bears. Yep. There you go. Who are the Bears looking to take right here? Are they look at Bears going after Justin Fields?
I was gonna say, yeah, Fields or Jones.
They're like, we're not sold on Andy Dalton.
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, Andy Dalton's not gonna be their quarterback? What? I thought he was sure QB1.
Here we go. Justin Fields, maybe.
They are gonna pay Andy Dalton because he got, if I remember right, a pretty ridiculous contract.
Yeah, I think he's gonna get paid for a while.
Like I don't remember if it was bad. If it's as bad as when we got oh man, why am I blanking on his name? Sam Bradford. But I know it's Sam Bradford was a 2-year, but I want to say the money is pretty comparable for the one.
Well, let's not forget they have Nick Foles on the roster too, and they're paying.
Oh, geez, I forgot they still had Foles.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Well, and NFL teams are not patient anymore, so I would not think he doesn't. If they take Fields here, he's probably starting.
Yeah, you almost have to.
Looks like the Bears are set here, getting ready to turn their pick in.
I want to know what they're giving up.
Yeah,
I'll tell you right now. Adam Shine, the Bears are awake. I repeat, the Bears are awake. All right, so the Giants from Chicago for pick number 11. They'll get pick 20. Well, I'm trying to understand what he's saying. It looks like he says the Giants return from Chicago. They get pick 20. Next year's 1, 5 this year, and 4 next year.
Oh, man.
I mean, if I'm reading that right, they're getting a first-round pick next year.
They just showed ESPN Justin Fields' living room. There was nobody in there. They all left, and now they're coming back into the living room.
That's hilarious. Well, he probably just got the phone call.
Yeah, they showed an empty couch. Here it is. Pick is in. It's got to be him.
Funny.
He just sat down on the couch again. They left their whole living room. I was like, whose living room is this? And all of a sudden, ESPN has a blank couch sitting there.
That is funny.
Watch it not be him, though. Watch it they pick Matt Brown.
No, he had his phone in his hand. They called him already.
Yeah.
Gambo just said the Cardinals will try and trade down. I mean, obviously, that was kind of a given, but.
Yeah. Stop.
And if you caught it, I don't know if you caught it, but there was a cameraman when Justin Fields walked into the room. A cameraman or somebody had a Bears hat on.
Oh. Kyler Murray 3 minutes ago. Oh, man. Ryan, this is going to make you angry. QB's getting reunited with their guys tonight. Sheesh. Kyler really wanted CeeDee Lamb last year.
Yeah, he did. Too early, though. We would have had to trade back.
Yep.
All right, is he getting ready to come on stage?
Good for the Bears.
Yeah, they're saying Giants GM Dave Gettleman made a trade and made a great one. So Giants getting some love out of that move. I mean, yeah, if they got a 1, a 4, and a 5.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much guaranteed it's going to be one of those two. Well, here's the moment that fans in Chicago have been waiting impatiently for. The commissioner is making his way to the stage. There will be a special presentation, and then he will announce the Bears pick as they have traded up with the Giants to number 11. Here's Roger.
Through this year's Draft-a-thon, the NFL is supporting our nation's path to recovery from COVID-19 by focusing on the critical issues of mental health, food insecurity, health disparities, and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widen in communities of color, indigenous communities, and for older and rural Americans. We're joining forces with the CDC Foundation as part of a draft-a-thon to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety, and health. Carlos Nelson, who's behind me, has been doing just that, leading the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation in Chicago. His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood is becoming a reality with support from the Chicago Bears, and it will open in 2022. Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away with the Bears selection.
Well, how exciting is this? With the 11th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, my Chicago Bears select Justin Fields.
There you go.
Ohio State.
Justin Fields.
Wow, there it was.
Oh, that was a pretty
good.
bold move there.
What's your take on Justin Fields, Ryan?
If he can fix his little issue that he has bringing the ball down really low when he winds up, he could be the best quarterback in this draft, and that includes Trevor Lawrence. I think he's a special kid. I would have picked him over Wilson. I would have picked him over Lance. I would have picked him over Mac. So I think this is a great pick for the Bears.
Some hope to Chicago, which we will be in Chicago this year. And depending what the schedule shakes out, again, he could be the starter.
Yep.
So next up is the Cowboys.
I don't even know where the Cowboys go. Parsons?
Yeah.
Unless they trade back down.
Yeah, that was the talk. They could trade again.
Sean Lee just retired. I mean, Van Der Esch is a walking injury. Very well could pick a linebacker. I don't know.
Well, and with Dak coming back healthy, I mean, that team wasn't going to be bad by any means. I mean, so they've got some luxury here and could afford to, again, either trade back or pick someone that does have development, takes time to develop too. There's talks that the Cardinals could, and this isn't talks. This is actually I phrased that wrong. Blake Allen Murphy thinks that the Cardinals could dangle Najee at the Steelers and trade back.
That's smart.
So we got Dallas, the Chargers, and then Minnesota.
So I just saw a Yahoo notification that said the Bears also gave up the 64th pick in the draft this year.
This year?
Yeah.
Let me see here. The Cardinals could see, out of all these picks that have been taken, Trevor Lawrence, Trey Lance, and Sewell, and Justin Fields this year.
Interesting.
A lot of top guys going to be going against us this year.
Although I'm glad the Niners took Lance because that means that they are out on the A-Rod.
On Aaron Rodgers, yep.
So pick is in on the Cowboys right now.
Unless they trade that pick to Green Bay. But they wouldn't want a quarterback.
They have Jordan Love.
Yeah, I was going to say they've got their quarterback. So never mind. Yeah, then they probably are definitely out, you would think. So it's got to be Denver or bust at this point.
Yeah, you would think.
And here you were bashing on Stink. Saying he doesn't know anything. You called him a homer, I believe. Hey, again, for anyone commenting on here and you want to see your comment on, if you're posting on one of the groups that we shared this in and you're not in the actual comment thread, it's not going to show up your name. So I've got someone that's commenting a lot right now, but we can't put their name up. Colby thinks Parsons at 16.
I'm interested to see why Parsons
to be able to go
has
live
dropped.
here. Cowboys waiting on this pick.
So evidently they didn't trade back again.
Nope.
Yeah, no, they're going.
We got a pick coming here. Some kind of entertainment going on right now.
Based on what I'm looking at on the draft tracker, only one person had Parsons going to the Cardinals this whole week. So
What if the Cowboys just throw a curveball and select Farley right here?
So, and here we go. A special presentation from the NFL.
Oh, we got another special presentation one.
Oy.
Come on.
Through Draft-a-thon, we're partnering with Mental Health America to support resources for those that need it. Kanikia Birdgang, an Army veteran from Dallas, struggled with anxiety.
Is it just me, or does the commissioner actually talk with a lisp?
He's trying to get not booed. I mean, that is all these things they're doing is like you can't boo this stuff they're doing here.
We thank you for your service and all you do to continue to help others during this challenging time. Please do us the honor of making the Cowboys pick.
This she's going to hyperventilate in the mask she's wearing. She's like sucking it into her mouth. You see how fast she took that off?
Hey, if I remember, Dave Portnoy paid a ridiculous amount of money to. Oh, it wasn't for the draft. Never mind. It was to watch a game with Knick.
There we go. There's Parsons. Yep. Yep.
So Parsons won't be going to the Cardinals at 16.
Nope. All right. On to number 13. We're getting close.
You got to think Slater's the pick here at 13.
And their pick's in. So that was quick.
Was it?
Yeah. Cowboys pick is in. Sorry. That Cowboys just picked. No.
I was like,
Chargers.
I already know who the Cowboys picked.
Yeah, no, they didn't change the graphic on there.
No.
The pick had already been made a while ago and they hadn't changed the graphic.
So we're looking at, we got the Chargers, the Vikings, the Patriots, and then us.
I was told, what was that, two years ago? And I mean, it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. Just to bring up some Patriots before Cardinals news. The year we took Byron Murphy in the second with that first overall pick in the second round, the Kyler Murray year, the Pats took N'Keal Harry with, I want to say, the last pick of that first round or second to last pick, one of the two. And I was told for very good info that N'Keal would have been the Cardinals pick had he not gone to the Patriots. So the Patriots, you would think they're not going to take someone that we want, before us, but it wouldn't be the first time if they did. So we are getting really close to the Cardinals pick.
Coming up on almost 7 o'clock.
As much as I am not a huge Byron Murphy fan, we dodged a bullet with that one.
Oh, big time, because Nikhil hasn't done it. And Nikhil's my guy, but hasn't really translated in the NFL. Okay, let's see here. Could be tackle next 2 picks for the Chargers and the Vikings.
So that would be what, Slater and Tucker?
Yeah, I would think. Chicago Bears on March 24th, a picture of Andy Dalton in QB1. Not the case. Yeah, thinking Slater for the Chargers here is what I'm seeing from a few people. They think the Cowboys will decline the 5th-year option on Van Der Esch with that pick.
Is that what you're seeing?
Say it again.
Question. Is that what you're seeing, or is that a question?
No, that's what Ian Rappaport believes.
Oh, okay. Makes sense.
Albert Breer notes that we now know that for a fact the Niners wouldn't have needed to trade up if they wanted Mac Jones. So they gave away all those picks, and they could have gotten Mac right where they were at. If that's who they did want in that slot.
I almost believe that Shanahan is not happy tonight.
You think that was a Lynch call?
I do.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure. Well, I think Mac's definitely on New England's radar right now, right?
You would think.
It's got to be the spot he goes.
I'm going to butcher some of these names, but here are the best available players Pro Football Focus has available currently. You've got Slater, Christian Barmore. Hope I said that right. Mac Jones, Christian Darrisaw, Trevin Morig, Rashad Bateman, and Owusu Koromoa.
Yeah, none of those sound attractive to me.
2 offensive tackles, a defensive tackle, a quarterback, a safety, a wide receiver, and a linebacker.
Yeah. Barmore's a monster, but I don't. And we need a D tackle, but I don't know at 16. I think we could trade back and still get him. And we don't need safety help. I mean, I guess maybe not this early.
Daniel Vera think it's got to be Vera Tucker for the Cardinals.
Or Najee Harris.
Yeah. That Najee pick.
Xavier Collins, he's still there.
Yeah, everyone. Okay, so let's talk about Collins. You've got Ryan Wilson from CBS Sports has Collins, Dane Brugler from The Athletic, Daniel Jeremiah, Lance Zierlein. I mean, I see 4 in just today. Oh, Pro Football Network, Tony Pauline also. So we got a lot of people in on the Collins idea.
Chargers pick is in, just waiting. They're on a commercial break right now. So
Chargers up, Minnesota next, New England after that. Then the Cardinals if they stay pat. Gambo did tweet a little bit ago that the Cardinals are looking to move out of 16 if they can find a partner. Jody Ayler says Slater, Vera Tucker, or a trade down are the best remaining outcomes for the Cardinals at 16. And Dave Pash thinks gut is Zaven Collins.
or we take Mac Jones and just start stacking quarterbacks.
Well, hey, Mac Jones being there, I mean, he goes to New England.
I would think. I mean, I think you got to think that's where it's got to rock. So.
Yeah, but knowing Belichick, it's like he never does what you expect.
Yeah.
I mean, for Mac, I mean, you better hope it's New England because, I mean, outside of that, I mean, you have what Tampa Bay can pick up to rest behind Brady. You have New Orleans, but they have Winston. I don't know. You better. To me, it's almost like you better hope that.
Yeah. Or he falls to round two.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, because that's the thing. I mean, you wouldn't think. Well, is there a team that would have to trade up in the first to get him? That's the thing. Someone might move up to go grab him.
Yeah.
But I don't think they're moving all the way up to 16. What was it? The year that Cleveland they traded up to get Brandon. Again, the 20s. Brandon was it? Some of the W.
Oh, here we go.
Terrible.
With the 13th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Rashawn Slater Jr.
Slater. Yep,
wow.
there goes Slater.
So the Pats up next at fifth, Pats up next right now at at fifth. Sorry, Pats not up next. Vikings are up. They're on the clock. Pats up after that. So the Vikings need defensive end help, offensive guard, center, safety, and then linebacker. And then following that, you got the Pats who need quarterback, cornerback, wide receiver, running back, linebacker. What if the Pats took Najee? I'm going to speak that into existence.
That would be interesting.
What a bad situation that would put us in.
Oh, huge.
Where do you plug Collins in?
What is he though? I don't even know if anybody knows really what position he is. Is he an outside linebacker?
And that's my problem with, you just took Isaiah Simmons last year.
Yeah.
And you didn't know where you were going to play him, clearly. I would really not like for us to take another linebacker that you don't know where you're going to play him. So best available according to ESPN is Owusu Koromoa, a linebacker from Notre Dame. Yeah. Vera Tucker is 2 at USC. or from USC. Mac Jones from Alabama, 3. So, Vera Tucker, very well. People thought that a couple weeks ago.
Mike Zimmer loves his defensive tackles. I wouldn't be surprised if Barmore goes here. Oh, trade.
Oh!
Let me pop in there.
Yeah. To the Jets. Who are the Jets going to pick?
Wait, who's the Jets quarterback right now?
They just drafted Wilson.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right.
They got a stack.
No, I can take a quarterback, but offensive line, maybe?
What about Najee?
Could be. Yeah. Running back here.
That would take some cojones to trade up for a running back.
They were at 23. So 23 to 14, they had a lot of capital.
And they weren't worried about the quarterback, so they weren't worried about jumping New England. They were worried about jumping us or somebody else.
Yeah, they're someone's saying maybe Vera Tucker here. And that's why they were jumping to get in front of us. Alex Clancy, that was on earlier, he says, say it with me, Caleb Farley. And he said that to us earlier.
Yeah, he did.
He was on. He said, no doctors have said he's not able to play. It's other people that are concerned.
Here's the Jets pick. They're coming in hot.
Wow. They still had 10 minutes on the clock.
Apparently they knew who they wanted. Oh, they went to a commercial, though.
Yeah.
Build the suspense here.
Getting close. Getting close. I told you 7:30 for the Cardinals pick, and it looks like we're trending that way.
Well, at least I don't have to work tomorrow. All I got to do is go get a blood test done. So
yeah, at least I don't have to work tomorrow either.
My holes, all my IV holes are finally closed up, and now they got to suck more out of me.
I just was trying to pop Ryan right there.
Yeah, no, I got that out of there.
When you were gone earlier, I was trying to upload one of my Tyler of Heartland commercials because you gave me that great idea, and I struggled so badly trying to upload it.
I figured you had it, man. I was like, yeah.
I missed opportunity. Hey, if anyone's, I'm going to say this now while we're at commercial. If anyone's a business owner that's watching this, you want to visit your payment processing, payroll, e-commerce, anything like that, love to help you.
He's like, pick 7 through 10, brought to you by Tyler of Heartland.
Yeah, there you go. 100%. Help me help you, okay?
If you need pet insurance, let me know. I can get that for you, too.
Yeah, there you go. I can help with 401k. You need help with 401k. I got some great partners there. Hey, I got someone in the comments posting their takes, but we can't see your name if you're on a different Facebook feed other than our actual page feed. So go to Birdgang Travel and comment on that video.
Made more draft day Cardinals phone walls.
I don't know what that means.
To the group. Let's go.
There we go. There we go. Look at the love coming in. Kirk, I'm trying to get you in the group too. What the hell? Tyler of Heartland. And hashtag talk to Tyler. Kenny gets it.
Hashtag talk to Tyler.
Kenny gets it. I need a license plate, Kenny. Hashtag talk to Tyler. You need to
get that made.
Well, he needs to tell me how he does it. I gotta. He's the man with all the license plates. I gotta do that as well.
Well, you're gonna need another car. You're not gonna replace the travel plate.
Well, yeah, no, I'll have to get another vehicle.
Put it on something else.
Once I help out all of our business owners that are watching tonight, I'll be able to get a new vehicle.
Jesus. Oh,
just kidding.
Alex earlier was fired up over Cliff, wasn't he?
Oh, 100%. You were in the comments arguing.
I love it.
Phone wallpapers. As a graphic designer, I noticed our section for Cardinals has been bad. So, okay, make some phone wallpapers. We'll share them.
Yeah.
Kirk, join us. I sent you the link. Please join in.
Well, only if he has bacon cooking.
He right now what he's been doing is getting these floating bacon rafts. So he's the bacon realtor, everyone. If you need a house, hit up Kirk. But what he does is he has these bacon-shaped rafts, and he's been throwing them in clients' backyards when they're not home, like into their pool from the back.
I love it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Pick is in.
Pick is in. Where's he at? Is he
here
on stage yet? Here he comes. No, he's still shaking the fan's hand there.
Kissing ass again.
Yep, let's go. All right.
Merritt
Tucker. Go loud here.
Sorry, I just spoiled
it. The Minnesota Vikings have traded the 14th pick to the New York Jets. With the 14th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Elijah Vera Tucker, guard, USC.
So the Jets identify.
There you go. Jets fans are celebrating.
Gambo says.
Look at Mac in the green room. Doesn't look very. He's on his phone panicking. Oh, he's talking to New England right now.
Yeah,
he's on his phone. They just showed him on his phone. He's got to be talking.
And he's smiling. So yeah, he's gone to New England.
And it looked like he said thank you too. So
if the Cardinals are up, Gambo thinks Cardinals are going with Collins or Harris. If they keep the pick, Collins would be the first choice.
All right. Well, no announcing. I'm going to turn the volume on when he announces it. We're going to let it go. We're going to let it roll from there.
No one in the comments. No one spoil it either. Let's wait till we get the.
You guys got to realize we're a little delayed too. So if you're watching it, it's going to be out there probably 2 minutes.
I'm banning you, Kenny Selena, from the chat. If you there's an option to put you in timeout. It says so. We will put you in timeout if you spoil the Cardinals pick. I've allowed the spoiling leading up to this, but we can't spoil the Cardinals pick. We got to hear it live. All right. I mean, Ryan, are you into Najee now, or like, are you thinking Collins?
If it's between the two, I'm all Najee.
Eric, Najee or Collins?
I don't know. I'm always down for a good running back. Just another jersey I got to buy. Wait a second.
What happened?
How are the Jets back on the clock?
I think that's an error because right now
that was a mistake.
New England. Yeah.
Okay.
They haven't fixed it.
Well, wait. What? Oh, there it is. Patriots on the clock. It was just showing Jets pick Mac Jones. I was like, what? How'd they get a 2-for-1?
Oh, the pick is already in too. So
yeah, so they just spoiled the pick. They were loading that for the Patriots.
Yep. Yeah, the whole camera's on him the whole time. So
Kenny, that's fine. You could spoil the rest of the night post Cardinals.
Yep, here's the pick. Patriots.
Cardinals are on the clock. I'm going to stay off Twitter now.
Yeah, shut down all your social media.
Yeah. I'm gonna
talking.
I'm gonna hide the chat on mine.
Yeah.
So Cardinals.
Here, let's do that.
There we go.
Oh, got to unmute here.
Don Cox is behind me.
Oh, wait, they're doing another one of these announcements. Some guy another guy can't breathe through his mask. It looks like he's going to suck that thing into his mouth. All right, they're going to let him announce it here. Here we go. Take your mask off. Let's go. Get it announced there.
With the 15th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the six-time world champion New England Patriots.
Oh, boo. Six-time world cheaters. Well, there you go. Does Scam Newton start the season, or what happens there in New England?
Yeah. He's the one where they're going to let him play. He'll have a short leash, though, you would think.
We're up. We're on the clock.
Here we go. Come on, time.
Let's make it happen.
You want the Najee pick. I can feel Ryan
just
begging for it. Well, here we go. It's game time.
Is it in?
No, not yet.
I got 4 minutes.
I was trying to add something to my broadcast shot here because it's like, you know how they do this on like the cool TV shows? Hold on a second. Here we go. I got the. This is my
passion time with Eric. Here we go.
Is EP shoe cam? Did you read it? It's my shoe cam.
Jeez.
Got the new J's with the carbon fiber swoosh. Now, I was gonna put this up so you guys can see the pick here. We can have a little video maybe finally. I don't know why it comes in like this weird.
Looks like we're definitely gonna make a pick here.
Well, it says Cardinals pick is in.
Pick is in.
So.
No trading. So the pick is in.
Sorry, my camera's here a little bad.
I see there's comments. I'm tempted to look, and I don't want to look.
Yeah, we don't know yet. So let's keep my two angles going here.
No.
Oh, you better not say anything.
What's up, guys?
We don't want to know yet. Don't spoil it.
I don't know. I'm watching with you.
We haven't seen it yet.
Here we go.
All right. It's got to be.
What do you're thinking, Najee?
How far behind are you guys? Like, are you guys
like
on
2
it?
seconds? Two. Yeah, we're off, but
I'll
we'll
wait
see.
for y'all's reaction. I'll react, and I'll wait for your reaction.
Wait, so Cam, you want Najee here?
I want Najee Harris.
Okay,
Yeah.
Ryan wants Najee. Eric wants Najee. I think I'm at the point I want Najee. So
It could be Collins, the outside linebacker from Tulsa.
Yep.
I think they liked him a little better. We'll see. We'll see. I'm still bitter. I'm very bitter that they didn't trade up and get a playmaker. So But I wouldn't mind Najee Harris. I told you guys earlier. Like,
Well, Najee could be the playmaker.
He could be the playmaker. He could come in and start day one. It'd keep Chase Edmonds in his role that he's normally in. Good change of pace guy. I think it'd be fantastic. That would give him that physical presence on the O-line. We talked about this team being more physical plenty this offseason. They got the O-line to do it. Now get the running back to do it.
Ryan is a huge Cam Cox fan now.
Yeah, I was going to say, preach it, Cam.
What's up, Ryan? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing, Cam? Good.
We got more jumping in now, too.
Making realtors
There we go.
Team Najee. Team Najee, let's do this.
Let's do it.
This is what we've been waiting on. Oh, we got the little one here, too. There we go.
I love it.
Look.
What's up, guys? Who do you want the Cardinals to take?
They're Team Najee also.
They're okay. All right, cool.
Here we go.
We were just on TV.
Here we go.
All right, so we're following
who's that
Eric
sitting in
and
the
Tyler.
seat?
Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna
delayed. I'll let you guys break it. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, I'm gonna unmute it once they pull it up here. Here he comes. It's walking up to the podium.
All right, unmute it. Get it going. Let's hear it.
And Kyler Murray, they've made their pick here at number 16 in the draft, and the commissioner is ready with that.
With the 16th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Zayden Collins.
Oh, there we go.
Zayden Collins. All right, guys,
He's
tear it
he's a
apart.
monster player, guys, but like, I don't know. This offense needs more playmakers, man.
I mean, I feel like we could have just called up Daryl Washington and been like, "Come on, let's go."
Guys, it's great to see you. Now I gotta get to work. See you
All
later.
right, don't work too hard, Cam.
Love you guys. I gotta go eat some
All right,
food.
later, Kirk.
Speak
Ryan.
Bye.
Ryan. Okay, react.
Oh my goodness.
Daryl Washington called Daryl. Yeah. Now that weed's legal, I guess we could bring him back.
Oh, that was such a just a big letdown. It's like when the Suns selected Alex Glenn.
Yep.
This is how it feels.
Wow.
Wow. All right. That's me.
Yeah.
I sign off.
Yep. Bye, Ryan.
See you, Ryan.
Bye.
Let's see if I think Blake's gonna come on.
Blake's gonna come back and tear this pick apart.
Yeah, he'll react. Let me see if he's coming back on. I noticed our viewership jumped up really high as the Cardinals.
Yeah, right as they picked, everybody jumped on board. Let's get some fan reaction. Type your comments out. Let's see.
Yeah.
I think he's replacement at OLB.
I mean, do we like it? Do we not? I mean, all of our reaction was we hate it, but
yeah. I mean, I would have rather had Najee Harris, I think.
yeah, me too.
I mean, I'm a explosive offense kind of guy, so.
Oy.
Yeah, linebacking core could be pretty good. I mean, we'll see.
Oy. I don't, yeah. Oy. Oh boy.
So, all right.
Mike Buchanan, I've watched him. Pretty darn good. Michael Simon. Okay, we're getting a lot of optimism here. Defense wins ball.
Oh, I probably shouldn't have put this 98 on, man. This jersey makes me look fat.
Yeah, that's a baggy on you for sure.
Well, it's huge. It's a 52.
That's what I wear. So yeah, that's definitely big on you.
Well, you can only buy what they had, right? So, but
well, let's. I'm gonna read from Twitter here and see what.
Yeah, let's get some reaction. See what's good.
Let's see what they got here. So, Colin was the top defensive player in 2020, winning the Lombardi, Bronco Narguski, and Chuck Bednarik, award. There you go. Let me see what else. They'll put him at Sam Backer and replace Hassan Reddick. What the Cardinals like about Zayvon Collins is he's big, he's fast, he's long, he's smart. That's from Jacina Anderson. Marcus Spears says, great pick, Arizona. Perfect fit for that scheme. JJ Watt, welcome to the squad. Zayvon Collins, let's work. Red Sea, it's a dry heat.
Okay, JJ's got to work on that a little bit.
Let's see here. He finished high school. Well, okay. So I will say this. This is very on par for Steve Keim. He finished high school with a 4.0 GPA, was number one in his class of 47 at Hominy High. He's from Hominy, Oklahoma, in a town of about 3,500. That comes from Mark Dalton. But they like those leadership guys, those smart guys.
Isn't that where Tiger King is from?
I don't know. Tiger King. He was the highest graded linebacker in the country last season. So,
whatever. I saw this guy was predicted to be the last pick in the first round originally. So I was like, I don't know how he jumps up to 16.
Look at this comparison. I don't think it's going to be the same, but it would be great if it was.
Chase Young.
Yeah.
It's a reach.
Yeah.
All right. Raiders. Got the Raiders pick coming in. Let's see who the Raiders take here.
I'm just looking at the comments here, seeing if there's anything else to post.
I think that Bears pick really surprised me. I'm really surprised the Bears made that move up.
Yeah, 100%.
Jump all over
they needed a quarterback.
But too, I mean, Justin, I don't know. I thought the Bama QB was more of a fit in Chicago, would be more of a fit in Chicago than Justin Fields.
Chase Edmonds, Zayvon Collins is highly underrated.
Oh, somebody popping in.
There's Blake. Let's hear Blake's reaction.
What's up, guys? What are you feeling about with Zayvon Collins?
Well, if you
Cardinals fans I know,
just
really were not excited about a linebacker, huh?
Yeah, just to kind of recap for you, we had about 5 people on the chat as it broke. Cam was on, Ryan Douglas, and Kirk Erickson were all on, and the overwhelming reaction was disappointment. Now, I will say the chat has been very optimistic.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. My take is simple. I think this is one of those guys, when you look at the lineup, you say, I don't care where it is. This is a phenomenal player, at least. He is a guy who had tons of tackles. He was one of the best coverage linebackers that we've seen. The thing that then pops up was, okay, if you're drafting a linebacker 2 years in a row, if you're Steve Keim, you're looking and having 2 questions. One is, well, are you having to move Isaiah Simmons, or was linebacker so bad that you couldn't wait to round 2 to get a guy for each of those? And then what we've heard talk of is that he'll probably play either, Sam linebacker replacing Hassan Reddick, which that was another failed pick where they kind of played him out of position, or moving over to the Mike linebacker, which after the Jordan Hicks contract seems like that could be possible. So the only question I have after that is this a spot where you're trying to kind of, turn water into wine again when it's still water if you're Keim? Or is this another question I have is, are you going to be looking to get Kyler Murray enough help? Because, Cardinals still need a cornerback. They don't have a tight end. A lot of people, I think, would have liked the sexier pick with Najee Harris. I'm fine with them not going with the running back. I usually think first-round running backs want to get a different player, knowing that you can get some studs later. It just comes down to, if Steve Keim, and this is the crucial, you have to know, is Cliff Kingsbury the guy? If I'm Cliff Kingsbury, I'm sitting back there, and I wanted an offensive player, and if Kyler was looking for, another weapon, I'd be like, man, like, are you just going to try to like build up everything on defense and then hang me out to dry? That's kind of how I think the question is now. And that's part of why I'm very curious as to what the Cardinals' identity is going to be heading into the season.
Yeah. Man, okay. So let me read, there's some more stuff coming in. I'll let you react. Alec, wait, what do we got here? Hold on. Well, one, you've got, you actually retweeted this, the coverage grade they've ever recorded by a linebacker, the highest coverage grade by Pro Football Focus. So, I mean, that's huge. Skip Bayless, which I don't know if I want to ever hear good news from Skip Bayless, but Zayvon Collins is a great pick, very close to Parsons. Big and rangy and fast. Every time I watched Tulsa, I said, wow, great kid, powerhouse. You've also got I saw it. Where did Alex's comment go? Hold on. Alex Clancy said the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over and expecting the same results, a.k.a. Steve Keim. Keim has taken a lot of linebackers over the years.
This is, what is it, number 4 in the first round, I think?
Yeah, I want to say I saw 4 was what I saw a tweet a minute ago.
Yeah. There's a lot of linebackers. So then it's like, like a fast, versatile linebacker. You're pairing him with the likes of Isaiah Simmons. Like, we haven't seen that athleticism and that size in the NFL before, which is part of where I was like, it's not like it's saying, oh my gosh, why did they take that player? It's not like I don't like the pick. Again, the issue at least is when you're talking about the needs and the other stuff, you couldn't trade back. You couldn't get some other spots. A lot of fans, I think, would have preferred, hey, like, could you take if you took a Najee Harris and got your linebacker in round 2, okay, you don't get the cornerback, but you could, sign a veteran for all of those players. So it's going to be really interesting, I think, to be able to see, because imagine this scenario. You get to week 1, and you end up seeing about, say, 50 snaps on the year are played by Collins. And you end up having Devon Kennard plays the whole season there at that Sam linebacker position. Like, those fans are already
a lot of people thought Kennard would be a June 1st cut, right? Like, you had to wait.
There's people who thought that they would for each of them, but then a lot of times it's like, you could wait to it for the June 1st cut. But again, if it's you and you're saying, do I trust a rookie to play this position full time versus having Devon Kennard for the price? And that was the case. Now, what we had talked about was if they had decided to keep us on Reddick for one of these deals, then you kind of check that box off for the most part, didn't have to address it. This also has me questioning if this is a spot where they try to work and say, hey, we'll train up Zayvon, help him with some of his pass rushing skills year 1. Chandler Jones' contract is coming up at the end of the year. The Cardinals see him potentially as saying, hey, we can make him our future pass rusher, have him under 4 more years, and then move off of Chandler Jones, who's 30 and going to be getting a pretty massive deal, I would say, at least. So that's one of the questions that I think is interesting. It's the best way to put it is it's not really a win now pick for the Cardinals. It's a pick for the future. And so the question is, if you're the Arizona Cardinals, you end up finishing, let's say they get a 9-8 record on the season, tougher schedule. They get a couple players who are back. They aren't quite a playoff team. And the Niners end up resurging and end up kind of sneaking and getting 10 wins. A lot of people are going to start staring at Cliff and at Keim and saying, like, is the direction you guys are going in developing these picks of players? And that's what's kind of the thing. This is a pick that, to me, it feels like that Keim and Cliff have the confidence of Michael Bidwell that they're going to be here at least probably 2 more years until the end of whatever Kyler's rookie aspect is, because they're putting a lot of chips in the basket with these 2-year deals. Like, they've got, JJ's here for 2 years. You just drafted a guy who may play next year. I'm very interested to see what's going to go on with how Arizona is going to be looking at if they don't make the playoffs this year. Because last year they were super close, but like you and I talked, Tyler, there was enough disappointing things from Cliff that like you're just like, oh gosh, is this game management good? And I feel like Vance made a big improvement, but again, it wasn't like he was shutting teams down. It was more of they were maintaining like teams.
They were staying close. They were hanging in there.
Then in the red zone to 3 a lot of times. That kind of went away down the stretch. So that's where I'm going to be very curious to see if the direction the Cardinals are moving fits with what Michael Bidwell's vision and time frame is.
So, and I space on his full name, but you'll know it. The manager of Revenge of the Birds, S. Cox Football. said that's 5 off-the-ball linebackers in the Keim era that have been drafted. So
5.
I can't think of the 5th, but I'll take his word for it here.
Well, technically, you're talking about your 6th-round pick last year, I believe.
Yeah,
One of those guys at least. But there's also a couple of linebacker safety hybrids that you had for each one. So it's one of those weird spots where I said, like, I love Zaven Collins. The question I had with Arizona was because you messed up Reddick, you messed up Buchanan, at least where, he was a good player for a couple years, but then it was just a little too light to be that inside linebacker in the long run. Collins is not light at all. Like at 270, he has some of the athleticism to stay with some of these other players. So one of the spots when it first came up, I was like, oh, okay, like it's not like it's a bad pick. Like I would have taken him over Micah Parsons, like 10 out of 10 times. Not necessarily fully talent level, but a lot of it is just that he's also like a super quality guy, checks all of those boxes as well. So that's one of the things the Cardinals also try to look for is higher character guys. So didn't think that they were going to.
I mentioned the high character part, but also, and he's smart. I mean, I read his GPA earlier. I mean, they like smart players. Smart football players are hard to come by as well, or not hard to come by, but they're that's what you want on your team. You want smart players, guys that make good decisions. Justina Anderson. Now, this is what makes me kind of cringe. So, Cardinals source. This is what we read earlier. The team liked that he's big, fast, long, and smart. Source continued. He has a great feel and coverage, and he can play lots of positions.
Yeah.
So
then the question
is tired of the guys that can play millions. What's the saying? You could be great at something or shitty at a bunch of things, or I don't know if that's the right saying, but you know what I mean. It's
Yep, and that's one of the things we also had talked about when this had popped up. We said, like, the last couple of years, the Cardinals have not been able to essentially pull any type of smoke screens or whatsoever. Like, everyone knew what they were getting essentially in 2017. They started Son Reddick for a long time. They didn't really pull off a good smoke screen with quarterback. I mean, 2 teams traded up ahead of them. Didn't pull off. People knew that Rosen was the guy for them at 15. And then even with Kyler Murray, it's like, that got out, but you're picking at 1. What can you do? It doesn't matter. Last year, with the fact that it was between Brown or Simmons also was there. So with this year, all the news coming out with Zaven Collins and other stuff, one thing you could say is if the Cardinals are going to try to pull off a smokescreen to trade up, it's very unlikely that they'll probably ever be able to do it until they can at least get rid of whoever's the source who's talking to people or some of that stuff. So that's one thing I'll be very curious about, see if that ends up being the case. So we'll find out what goes on. The Cardinals still have, again, a couple of needs that they have to fill. They need some playmakers. But let me ask this question to you, Tyler. If the Cardinals are in a spot where things go awry this year for the most part, like, is this one of those places where you look at this pick and say that, gosh, if Steve Keim or the Cardinals had done blank, that things would have been better, things could have changed? Because I don't know if that would have been the case or not if no team was willing to trade up to their position. Maybe if they lose both starting running backs next year, that will be people looking at that. But hindsight's 20/20 in that regard. Do you think that there's anything, at least for the most part, with the Cardinals that could even be an aspect that you look at this team and go, like, this is just not good decision, not ready to go. We need to go in a new direction. I don't think that's the case right now with Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, they're in a tough spot. They're in the middle of the draft. I mean, all those elite guys that you definitely wanted, all were obviously gone. I mean, everyone that the Cardinal fans were high on, except for Najee, we're not there. So ultimately, could he have done much there to make a difference? I don't know. I don't know. If Najee comes out and is an impactful for somebody else, then yeah, you could turn to that and say, hey, well, you whiffed on taking a guy, you think of, and pray it's not nearly this bad, but Levi Brown over Adrian Peterson. You go back to there, and fans still to this day will bring that up, you had a guy in your sights that would have been a game changer for 10 years. The difference now in the NFL is running backs don't get drafted early. So you had a chance to get what everyone thinks is, the top running back at that pick, and you passed on it. And oh boy, I mean, that is the one thing. I don't think Keim is gone no matter what. Here's the thing. That's what I'll say is.
Well, that's the case. Yeah. I would agree with all of that. I think it's going to depend on what the record is. What are Bidwell's expectations? If they finish 10 and 7 and don't make the playoffs, then you say, oh, you improved the team again. Things look a little bit better. But at that point, if the expectation is, hey, we're going in, we're hitting the playoffs, and that doesn't happen, then the question at least is, all right, you're looking at the team in the direction. You got 1 year left on Keim's contract, 2 years left on Cliff's. If you want to go and get another coach, you'd probably be giving Steve Keim an extension. And if that's the case, you're saying, all right, has Steve Keim up to this point deserved an extension? Because I would argue that Cliff was probably even more of a cause for each of those things than Keim. So if that's the case, then I think that's going to be very, very interesting, because this is almost like a team where it's like, if they don't make the playoffs, is it anything is on the table, or is this a spot where they're just, kind of content? We'll be the team that finishes, third in the NFC West, gets about, hey, we got 10 wins this year. Cool. Next year is a big year, though. It's a big year. Oh, cool. They finally got to 12 wins. Great. We can extend everyone's contracts. That type of mediocrity is something that will be difficult to see if Kyler Murray will enjoy or appreciate that at all or not. So I'll be curious to see what they do in round 2. Again, they have a chance, I think, at least to address whether it's with the lineman or with the receiver or even with a tight end. There's a guy that they could end up seeing. Like, I was going to say, you go for it.
You could still see a running back in the second round.
You could.
I mean, it's very, very possible, because, again, no running backs off the board yet. So, I mean,
one's about to go at 24, I would assume, at least. And then Travis Etienne is likely, a lot of people think he goes to the Bills or to the Jags as the top of the next round. We'll see what goes on with Javonte Williams, but my assumption is that's just way too way too far for Arizona to be able to pick. It's just, I don't think they'll have a shot at a running back in the second round.
We don't know who this is. Again, if you want to post comments and get your name shown, you got to post it on our Facebook page. But I disagree. It will show early in the season. First round running backs in just the last 20 years have only netted 4 grades. That's a terrible average. So, maybe
Fournette and other people who are there. Round 2, you get good value. Use up that guy on that first round contract, and then
Keim's always been great in the later rounds. So, it's unfortunate he doesn't have a third and a fourth. Again, not going to complain of why, but, it is one of those things where hopefully he nails it in the second, and hopefully in the fifth. I mean,
well, we'll see. If the Cardinals can trade back in round 2, they'd get a 4th round pick would be the ideal aspect. Then you're talking about not as long of a gap for the most part. That would be interesting because it's a deep cornerback class. So that's one of the things I would be looking at would be, does Steve Keim decide to say, hey, we can trade back, still get a corner that we love, pick up a 4th round pick, and then you enter round 4, you're saying, all right, we got a couple more needs we can address, get some good players. I would think because of the picks that they have in rounds 5, 6, and 7, you could probably utilize some of those picks and make them move up. But again, when you've got so few picks in the overall draft, they would have, go from 6 picks to 7 picks total. It'd be rough. I think
they have so many holes, like you're saying. You got corner, you got tight end, you've got we've got 2 tight ends on the roster right now. So you definitely need another tight end. You've got 2 corners that, I mean, if Alfred plays, I mean, I like
it's a spot where a lot of people are looking at Arizona go, and this is the way someone reacted was, if this is a win now or go home type of a move, the Cardinals are not doing a win now or go home type of team. Like are they further away? And that's been one of the things that John and I have talked about, was that Arizona at times we noticed would either overvalue some of their own players or some of their own talent versus other teams. A good example, like they kept Jermaine Gresham for a year on a cheap deal and then kind of overpaid him to make up for some of that. But hey, you got to keep Gresham. And then it impacted their contract later.
Real quick on Jermaine Gresham, I just to go back to this because it haunted me for years. But when we overpaid him to keep him for those other years to make up for him going from the cheap, how many times did he burn us on penalties? It was just like, God, why?
That's why a lot of it is talent evaluation. What I thought was great is like Cardinals see that he's a super talented player, but you have to be able to have it cohesive with the coaching staff, the team, all those pieces have to go together. And right now you're essentially looking at this team going, man, if DeAndre Hopkins gets hurt, like that would be the worst case scenario where suddenly you're looking at like, okay, is Christian Kirk going to have to be like the guy in the slot if AJ Green struggles to separate? Or that was one of the cases why we're looking at going, maybe you could look at receiver, some of those. Now, that being said, the other aspect that was interesting was people said, hey, Cardinals want to get Zaven as their Mike linebacker. Well, we all have talked about how Jordan Hicks has seemingly like declined over the last few years. Last year, I don't know, his first year, he gave up, I think, a perfect passer rating of 158.3. They fixed their defense in guarding tight ends the following year, but there were still a lot of times where he was just laid and covered and then started missing tackles. So if you get to a spot where you've got a weak point at cornerback and a weak spot at Mike linebacker, and you're got a Sam linebacker who's sitting on the sidelines for the most part, it's like, all right, Chan, JJ, you guys got to get 20 sacks each, because if you don't, his defense is going to be getting torn apart. And in that regard, as we've seen, Kyler, when the Cardinals were not able to run the ball super well, then they struggle. And that's where I just have to wonder, is this a spot where you're adding the talent, you get the pieces together, and the Cardinals last year may just be going, whatever we get out of this offense, sure, we might just be looking at, unless Cliff can pull through, then they may be content to just try to take a different step or move in a new direction at least, which would be interesting to see for their coaching staff. You'd be talking and wondering, there's a lot of questions that pop up with this pick. Now, that being said, it'd be really funny if Cardinals end up cleaning house, get a different staff, blah, 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 whatever goes on in the NFL. Let's just say that they get a different type of staff or something moves on. And then suddenly Collins and Simmons ends up being like these two beast linebackers who can just move all over the place and play like this crazy stuff on defense. You'll be like, oh, this is a great job by Steve with each of the different aspects. But you're at the end of the Kyler Murray rookie deal. Is that one of those spots? It'll be very interesting to see what goes on with Arizona. So I'll be very curious.
Walter Mitchell, love Walter Mitchell. I know he contributes to you guys a lot. He chimes in, David Collins, 6'4", 265. And I will state, watching video on him just now, guy is huge. I mean, he is a big boy, and he flies. He's a throwback linebacker who plays downhill to the ball and knocks the snot out of running backs. What makes him special is he's surprisingly natural and instinctive in coverage. Plus, he's a fierce pass rusher. I think Mike is his best spot, but might start at Sam. So
that's what we talked about with. I actually even had a conversation with him where we said, you're going to pick one place for Zaven Collins to play, it would be where Hassan Reddick's position, the kind of where we said was his natural position last year, working as a coverage linebacker who would be kind of not quite on the edge, but would be kind of over the tight end, where you could either get after the passer, get after the running back, or, hey, tight end's going up down the seam, cool, we've got him in coverage. And that would then allow Buddha and your will linebacker, kind of your playmaker, to be able to just do different crazy things at least. So, there's a lot of advantages to seeing this type of pick and this talent. I think the fear that I have is you start year one, and you're just like, why is he not playing? He's not, playing whatsoever at all. You move him on to a next spot next year, and suddenly it's like, okay, he's taking over as an edge rusher. He's not getting any pressure, whatsoever. And then, year three, they move him to the Mike linebacker. He starts calling the defense, et cetera, and then it just changes. So I will be very, very curious to see, because as I said, love the talent, love the player. He's one of those guys who, when you saw how athletic he was, you're like, oh my gosh, this guy's awesome. The question has always been kind of the fit and also even the needs with Arizona. So I'll be curious to see what goes on with the rest of the team. Because again, to me, the other aspect of this is if you go corner next year, I'm almost writing whoever the best wide receiver available is for Arizona next year. I'm almost writing that in pen.
Yeah, right.
Christian Kirk, I don't see them keeping him, at least for the most part right now. And AJ Green, it seems very like he's a year-to-year type of guy. So, and that's always the thing I've said about it. If you're not going to, I said this last year with CeeDee Lamb, if you're not going to take a wide receiver now, you'll need one next year. If you're not going to take one next year, you're going to need one. And that's going to be one of those things where you're talking about is we're going to be looking next year saying, okay, we need to get Hop's partner. We need to get the next P2. We need to get the end. Eventually, so that's part of where you're going to have to hit on some of these late picks and find some talent. And so far, you've traded some of those picks away and a chance to, compete and contend a little bit quicker, you'd hope, in the NFC West.
So, quick question to you, because we haven't talked about this all night. Eric brought it up a little bit ago. Larry Fitzgerald, there's a big question out there still. He hasn't announced retirement. We didn't take, you didn't get a Devontae Smith. You didn't get, any of the wide receivers in round one. Don't know where there's room, but obviously if he wants to play, there's no reason you wouldn't be bringing him back at that point. Do you see that potentially happening?
That's been tough because the thing is, if you bring Fitz back, he's a slot receiver. So suddenly you're saying we went through 4 years of Christian Kirk and didn't get to see him. Yeah, and Eddie Isabella's still there too. So he'd be like, okay, are you going to be trying to deal someone? It'll turn into a spot where it just feels like this is kind of the natural part of being able to at least graduate. And also the fact of if Fitzgerald's going to be a bit and a role player, not really a feature of this offense, he's not going to get a whole lot of money. So what I could see being the case is this. Let's say that Fitz still wants to play. Cardinals may just say, hey, we've got a 1 year, say $3 to $4 million deal. We'll make the cap space work. Just sitting for you. You want to come back into camp? We'll take you back and you'll just take whatever role is left, be part of this team. If you don't want to be able to come back and retire, then they're just going to leave it up to him on his terms to go through. It would be interesting if, they get through the draft, We get back into June, and then we kind of get near the end of the year, and then we just kind of see like, oh, there's an article at least from Fitch for that one to go through the draft. That would be interesting, as if, Arizona, if he has a bit of leverage, like, hey, you said you would come back for $2 million. I'd said $4 million. You didn't get a receiver. Can you, pony up a little extra? Maybe that's going to be one of the cases. But again, the Cardinals are in a spot, at least where, like we said, they spend a lot of money on Fitz for a very long time.
Exactly.
They're going to be having, and right now it's like, it seems like this is kind of a good, the toughest part is you never want to send Fitz off without the fans being nearby to be able to kind of say goodbye. I think there'll at least be some sort of thing or a ceremony or aspect, but we'll just have to see. Right now, I can at least say this. A lot of Cardinals fans are frustrated with this pick because it still encapsulates a lot of the failures of the Steve Keim regime and a lot of the questions that we all had about what was needed for the Cardinals offense last year. And a lot of people pointed and said, like, you probably need to just take a look at boosting the offensive line, getting some type of receiver, even tight end help. So far, they've more addressed needs on the team that, they decided to take, I think it was like a $5 million pay cut this year, not giving Hassan Reddick $8 million. And now you're giving Zaven Collins $3 million to play that role. It may pay off super big in 2022, but that'll be the question. I think a lot of people said this. Who's going to be? That's the question. Who's going to be there in 2022 to see that player? Like, does someone come in and just be like, "All right, guys, here we go. I'm the new DC. We're running a 4-3 defense now. Simmons, you're now a safety." It's like that's kind of been always the question that I think a lot of Cardinals fans have had: is this going to hybrid type of version that the Cardinals run optimal for a lot of those things? Because there's a strength in being able to say, "Oh, look, like." You don't know where the guys are blitzing from or moving around. An attacking defense, that's a strength. But then if you're drafting all these hybrid players, are you really being able to get a guy who can specialize in one place and one position? And that's going to be something we'll have to wait and see. It depends a lot on the defensive coordinator, Vance Joseph, to find a way to work his new tool into the lineup.
Yeah, here's some comments. Apparently Michael Bidwell and Steve Keim are speaking right now. And Michael Bidwell stated that if the Patriots would have taken Zaven Collins if Mac Jones was not available at 15. So, there goes to that. If he's good enough for the Patriots, is he good enough for the Cardinals? That's one. Steve Keim also likes
Bill Belichick, though. Come on, Bill Belichick, at least. That's the whole thing there, too.
Yeah. Steve Keim likes the idea of pairing Zaven Collins with Isaiah Simmons in the middle of the defense, he told Lisa Matthews. So,
and that's the thing is they're looking at all of those different things. It's like, like what's going on? And that was one of the cases, at least, too, that was interesting, was that someone said the conference call with those two hasn't happened yet. So some people are wondering if they're trying to look to trade back into the first round, which would be funny because it's like, okay, like what would be kind of like the pick or the area? I would think, at least for the most part, that they're going to be ready. Let's see. Kambia, he's talking. He said he'll play Mike linebacker.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. He stated.
Which, again, so now you're talking about poor Jordan Hicks may have been like, I took a pay cut for this. That was the case. So that was probably the weakest spot on your defense last year. Now, again, you may be looking at the weaker spot with the likes of Robert Alford now. So, but yeah, that's what they wanted. And this is what I said a while ago too. I even talked about this with Johnny, that Steve Keim, with having Carlos Danby and Darrell Washington in 2013 with that awesome defense, it's like that was like a high that he's been chasing ever since, to try to get back to what that defense was, with the guys who could blitz, the guys who could cover, could do all sorts of things, go off the edge. The thing, at least, was that was a Todd Bowles defense. We saw Todd Bowles, they just won a Super Bowl with that legit defense. Can Vance Joseph be the same as far as being able to use those guys? Or are we going to look at these picks and say, gosh, like, remember when Arizona took 2 off-ball linebackers and suddenly we were wondering what happened to all the wide receivers and corners, and a new guy came in and just started just changing all the things around? That's where it'll be interesting, because no one seems to value off-ball linebacker as much as Arizona does.
Yeah, no, for sure. Walter joining the group here, and we read his take a minute ago.
There it is.
But Walter, we read your tweet. Want to hear more. I mean, I love your analysis as well as also Blake's and everybody over there at Revenge of the Birds. But Walter, I want to hear what you think.
Hey, Tyler. Hey, Blake.
Good to see you all.
It's draft night, baby. We're going for it. Yeah, it's like getting late here. It's almost 11 o'clock. Too bad the draft's so late in the East Coast. But hey, what is it your time?
We are
it's almost 8 o'clock. Yeah,
almost 8 o'clock.
Yeah, see, it's still happy hour there. Way to go. So yeah, Zaven Collins. I have to hand it to Blake and Johnny's interview with Tony Pauline. He was all over Collins at that pick, and looks like he has quite an inside.
Well, so did about everyone.
Ear on the Cardinals, because whatever he's been reporting about the Cardinals recently has come true. Like with Hakeem Butler, he was reporting the Cardinals were trying to trade him. He reported that Kingsbury at the Combine was saying Murray was a done deal. Turns out that was true. So we had a little preview on the ROTB podcast when Blake and Johnny had Pauline on there. I'm really excited about Collins because he's so versatile. And, we've struggled in pass coverage at the Mike position. And I know that that Vance Joseph wants a Mike who a 3-down player. He doesn't want to take a Mike off the field. So, and that's what Collins is, because he's as gifted in coverage as he is in stuff in the run. So he brings it in on both ends there. I think the Cardinals, because of the additions of Simmons and now Collins, can start playing more zones or split field stuff where they zone one side of the field and go man on the other.
Right.
As a lot of teams in the NFL are doing now. It's kind of in vogue, particularly when teams run trips to one side. You can play press man against the one guy on the other side and then zone out the trip side. And you have linebackers like Simmons and Collins, you can do that because, as we saw with Simmons, he got to the hook route in that huge play against the Seahawks, which turned that game around against Russell Wilson. So, here's my question, though. And without taking a cornerback now in the first round.
Bingo.
I mean, I think we'd have to go cornerback at 49, right? I mean,
you could use a tight end too. You could probably even argue you should get a guy behind Christian Kirk for next year. Like, there's so many different needs that the Cardinals still had on offense. We all said they're going to take someone who's there on defense. When we saw last year the offense struggling, that's a big question mark.
There's so many needs and not enough picks. So that
right.
And not all these picks are going to hit. There may be 2 or 3 picks that you miss on too.
Yeah.
Right.
So
when the 49ers took Trey Lance, that ruined the Cardinals' trade possibilities of trading down. Because as we saw, Mac Jones and Justin Fields weren't as in high demand as Trey Lance would have been, or one of those others. So without being able to trade down and accumulate more picks, it wouldn't surprise me if time tries everything he can to trade out of 49.
Get a fourth.
Try to get, a later second round to add maybe even a 4th round, because the cap from 49 to 160, we might as well go have lunch, get a massage. I mean, it's going to be, talk about snooze fest. I mean, how many commercials can we endure, for 2.5 rounds?
Now, fortunately, we are going to see at least day 2 and 3 are together tomorrow. They'll pick once, and then once that pick is done, you assume they're not going to trade up back into that round. So it'll be as soon as that second round pick is done, it's like, all right, Kyle and Cliff, I'm just going to walk right out to everyone. Now, if they do manage to trade back, they'll just pick a little earlier on Saturday. And there's enough talent in this draft that usually you operate off a top 120 board is how most teams do it. Obviously, round pick 120 is where the end of the 4th round is. So then the question I have is, okay, if you can trade back and get a 4th round pick, do you use maybe a 5th, a 6th, or a 7th, try to bump that up to the end of the 3rd round, see if you can sneak into day 2? Or do you try to be able to say, hey, we can take these different picks, try to see if we can move up, maybe from the 5th round pick, get 2 guys who are on our top 120 board, very similar to when they took Lecky Fotu and then took Rashard Lawrence, I believe, a few picks later. So there's definitely strategies to utilize. I think most Cardinals fans were hoping for some type of sexier offensive explosion. And instead, I think they get a very solid player who has a solid role, but has a lot of questions. And there's still questions about the rest of the Cardinals.
Yeah, and the biggest question I'm coming out of this with was I kind of was anticipating we'd see Kyler's stamp on pick 16.
I did not.
And obviously, for the second.
Yeah, I did not expect that either. When I saw that, I was blown away. Thought he just wouldn't tweet the rest of the evening.
What did he say?
He said, "Let's get to work, big man," or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, let's get to work, big fella. And that's like, he's a physical specimen. He's a guy who was going to go top 15 is what all the different scouts had said. Super versatile, great player, another small school guy. Now, again, this is going to feed into more of the questions with Kyler is if they have the same offensive struggles that we saw at the end of last year into this year, then I think you're going to start have a lot more questions about Cliff Kingsbury. And that's going to then turn into the questions of, Cardinals fans are already upset at Steve Keim for not figuring out Simmons. But again, this is where I think this is one of the things that perhaps this is a spot that I remember in the offseason, Walter. We talked a lot about how Mason Cole was the weakest link on the Cardinals offense last year, and it brought them down. You could argue, and this is one thing I talked and tweeted back and forth with John kind of in some of the direct mentions, you could argue Jordan Hicks was the weakest position last year, even weaker than Peterson, even weaker than Drake Kirkpatrick. The Cardinals went out, and if they can find a guy who can start right away and address that, then if that's your weakest link now turns into a strength, then that may be a huge positive for the Cardinals against some of these offenses. Now, that being said, I don't know if I'm learning anything about Kyler or Cliff this next year. Should they go with a cornerback with this next pick?
Yes, and I was just thinking that, somehow Travis Etienne or Javonte Williams slides into round 2. Or another guy who might be amazing for us would be Rondale Moore. Who's got
smaller than Kyler.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he is. And Tutu Atwell. There are some other, explosive offensive playmakers that should be available in round 2. But it's tough because, here's what I would do. I'd get on the phone with Brian Poole and sign Brian Poole to a multi-year deal to play cornerback. I'd also sign Garyon Conley to play cornerback, bring those 2 veterans in, and let's go get a playmaker for Kyler. Our offense is too slow. It's too slow.
Yep.
Okay? I mean, Hopkins isn't a burner. Okay?
And he was the best deep threat last year.
We don't have a fast tight end. Kirk isn't really he's a 4.48 maybe. In today's NFL, that's not fast. Isabella's the only real legitimate deep threat. And I think he's going to have a really good season this year because he and Kyler will get on the same page finally. But we need more than that. We need speed guys. We need guys who can get open and separate faster.
There goes Caleb Farley to the Vikings.
Yep.
Or not to the Vikings, sorry, to the Titans.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
Went first round. Farley went first round.
Farley.
Little surprise there, yeah.
To the Titans? Oh, Good for him. I'm really happy for him. Boy,
and a hard off season for him.
Yeah, and I hope if he gets healthy, he's going to be an amazing player. But he's a young guy who doesn't have much experience playing corner. That's the other thing about him. But, he's only had 2 seasons. His first season was up and down. His second season was really good. But
sidebar, this is going to work out just awesome for our friends over in Pittsburgh. The Cardinals have been long tied to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Najee Harris is just going to fall to them here at 24.
Yep. Everyone knew it.
With a bow on.
Yep. So we get James Conner and they get Najee.
Yep. We're strange bedfellows as always.
Exactly.
We take their leftovers and they get the guy that we all want.
I really thought we were going to take Najee, to tell you the truth. I thought Kyler
I think we might have if the Patriots hadn't had Mac there. And that was what was so interesting, was how it seemed like there was at least one team that wasn't going to end up with a quarterback, and it was Washington. Washington was the one team that didn't make a jump up for either Fields or for Mac Jones, which surprised me a little bit, but I felt like when they was there, the Patriots, you knew it was Collins or Mac, and they decided to take Mac.
Washington didn't need one. They had that kid from the playoff game that was fantastic. That's their new starter.
I know, right?
Max Hall played super well against the Saints.
I don't even remember his name, but he was
Taylor Heineke.
Yeah.
That's him.
Yeah.
I'd stick with him.
That's him.
He's a lucky charm, man.
Oh gosh. Yeah. So the big takeaway, I think, at least, what's your big takeaway you have to have for that, Walter? I'll have to get going at least just to kind of catch up the last part of the draft. But before I go, I wanted to get the big takeaways you guys had about what we learned today.
Real upgrade. We're getting stronger on defense and more aggressive. We're getting longer too. I mean, Collins is almost 6'5".
Yeah.
And plus he's like 265 and plays pretty fast at 265. So I mean, we're going to be very aggressive. Now we got to figure out settle the cornerback situation. Maybe we'll get some help in the draft, but we're going to need to sign a couple free agents, I think. But
that's where Kime time comes into play. I mean, he usually has those late signings that will come in right around camp, and you'll get those late guys that come in for great deals, prove it deals, and hopefully that's where he's going to supplement.
Yeah, Tyler, I think he might even have a couple wink deals.
Yeah,
that we don't even know about right now.
Yep.
So told a couple vets, look, we'll take care of you after the draft. We don't want to lose a comp pick.
Tell me if I'm wrong. Isn't Richard Sherman still out there too?
He's still out there.
They have to play a lot of zone in order to get him. And just with the age and the speed, it would be one of those spots where it's like there's other, like you said, Brian Poole would be not as big of a name, but cheaper, more effective. But it'll be interesting. At least my guess is it'll just be someone in the Vance Joseph network.
Yeah.
We've seen that happen time and time again, that if you worked with Vance previously, you're going to probably have a spot waiting for you in Arizona. Wouldn't shock me if they end up, and this is what I also said too, that was tough, was I felt if the Cardinals wanted to go ahead and not take a corner and kind of get by for a year, maybe you go into next year's draft and grab a corner. If you address the receiver position, so you're like, all right, got our number 2 guy on lock for a number of years. The fact that I haven't makes me think we probably are going to go into next year looking at a cornerback 1 and a wide receiver 2 all over again. I'll be very curious because, again, not going to have a lot of cap space. You're going to have guys you'll have to pay. The cap is going to be going up, so that may help a bit. But there's going to be lots of questions if we get into this, especially if the Cardinals keep struggling on offense to where it seemed like they had gotten maybe a little bit figured out, at least as far as the RPO option was in the run game.
Blake, so one, you need to stay with us through the Pittsburgh pick. We just have to live that together, I feel.
With Najee, yes.
Yeah. We're one pick away. The Vikings pick is in. My biggest takeaway is obviously Kime loves his linebackers, and if that wasn't evident before, it is now.
Yeah. Walter, what I called it, Walter, was it was the Steve Kime is at a high that we experienced with Carlos Dansby and Darrell Washington in 2013, and it feels like we've been chasing that high almost ever since.
100%. Yeah. He loves the linebackers. Obviously wants to strengthen that defense. Yeah, it also tells me that Kime does believe in this offense, right? Like he believes in Kyler Murray, he believes in Cliff, and to devote this pick to the defense, I mean that just tells me he thinks that this offense can light up the numbers it was doing, at one point in the season, up until Kyler got that injury. What was it? The Eagles. I think it was the Eagles game where he got hurt initially, and then the offense was never the same again. But he must believe in the defense or believe in the offense, that he's going to keep doubling down on defense. And maybe he's seeing something we don't. And hopefully everything, like Walt was saying, clicks with Kyler Murray and the rest of that offense.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of stock in Isabella. A lot of stock in him.
What did Steve Keim say about Collins?
He said he loves him. So he said they've loved him since his pro day. They loved him since since their first interview with him. He was their guy pending New England. I mean,
yeah. And did he say that he was playing him at the mic?
Yep,
yes,
he did. And when they asked, what does that mean for Jordan Hicks? They kind of danced a bit around the question, but they said he'll be right by his side, Isaiah Simmons. They expect him to play a lot. That was one of the things that when the first pick came up, we looked at and went, first thing I thought of when you said Zaven Collins, it's like talking about a guy who's with that size and athleticism who can cover. Great fill-in for the Mike position to upgrade. And then it was a reminder of, oh, that's right. They did not have that success that we were hoping for from the Jordan Hicks contract. I don't think you can call the contract a total failure, but it clearly did not live up to what they think the expectations were when it was signed. And that's part of why we keep seeing Keim go back to the well at inside linebacker multiple times and multiple occasions.
Johnny Venerable says, I need Hicks traded or cut before this weekend for me to have confidence in this pick.
Everyone's scared that he's not going to play like Simmons. So
yeah. No, that
I
makes
know,
sense.
right? Are we going to go through that again?
Well, that's the thing. Let's say that we do, and suddenly, Jordan Hicks plays the whole season. You only get 40, 50 snaps from Collins. He's still struggling. Like,
here we go. Steelers pick.
Watch it be like Kyle Trask or something like that.
I don't think they spent any time on the clock, by the way.
Oh, yeah, no.
It literally went straight to their pick, and then pick was in.
So did the Cardinals. I was shocked.
Oh yeah, Arizona.
Yeah.
I that was where people basically. I think what happened was people had somehow gotten a leak that hey, if he's there on the board, we're not trading back. We're taking him. Like that was done, set in stone. Every mock draft I checked this morning essentially had that as the pick for the most part. It was all as of this morning. It was not a secret whatsoever that he was going to be the guy.
Yeah, no, they're not picking yet. It says pick is in, but they're not picking yet. They were showing the stage, and now they've gone to a video package. So, but I would think Najee Harris is obviously going to be the pick here. We will see momentarily.
Mm-hmm.
If it gets spoiled, Blake, you can dime that out to us because I know you're watching the Twitter feed
well,
right now.
I was going to say, like, there's probably absolutely no shot that it's going to be anyone other than Najee.
Yeah.
But it's basically, like I said, every mock draft should win at least. Yeah, Rappaport just confirmed it for this one.
There you go.
Rap Sheet just said every mock draft wins. I feel like everyone knew this, including Najee Harris.
Yeah. Wow.
So there you go.
I wonder if he's a distant relation to Franco Harris.
Oh, yeah.
You remember the miracle reception?
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Najee Harris, running back, Alabama.
They did do it. The few Steelers fans in the building.
There they did.
Can I make one point about this before I head off?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is what's fascinating to me about the draft. Because here you have Najee Harris, right? Number one high school ranked player in his class. He goes to Alabama, lights it up, sets the Alabama career rushing record, right? Wins the Doak Award this past season as the nation's best running back, right? Wins a national championship. His pedigree is unbelievable. And the Cardinals take a linebacker from Tulsa, who doesn't play in a Power 5 conference, right?
Yep, that's per usual.
Who had no major college offers, much to Zaven Collins' credit. He's a self-made player who's turned himself into one heck of a football player. And there's no denying he deserves to be taken high in this draft. But the disparity of backgrounds is stunning, and it seems to me the Cardinals perpetually go for the underdog, the guy not from the big time program,
always
sort of underdog that's from a lower level program, but has real good intangibles like a David Johnson, for example, or a Smokey Brown.
Yeah, for sure. Well, all right, guys. I am I think a lot of PMs are going to take time over. I'm at least excited that the team is in a spot where they're probably not going to be seeing a lot of Jordan Hicks moving forward. A lot of questions still to be answered. We'll see if the Cardinals can pull off some sort of move on day 2. What kind of talent will fall and be there? Obviously, no matter what happens, they're going to say it's a first-round talent on their board. That's just kind of what every team does for the most part, at least. But yeah, guys, take care. It's been a pleasure to be on. At least, Tyler, thanks for having me on.
Blake, plug real fast. When does the pod drop?
Well, we're going to try to see it. It's late back where Johnny's at in Chicago, so we'll either drop it in the morning if we can record tonight, or we might end up having it where it's tomorrow afternoon. Either way, try to get it up as quick as we can just for that rapid reaction.
Awesome.
Well, thanks, that guys. ROTB pod.
Yes, ROTB pod for sure. Follow them on Twitter. Walt, also a great follow on Twitter as well. I love your content every time you chime in about the Cardinals. So it's great. Thanks, guys.
Awesome.
And I am going to wrap this baby up. Appreciate everyone. We've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. It is now time to bid you adieu. Before we do, I am going to play one last time. If you've never been on a Birdgang Travel trip, check it out. I'm going to play you an awesome little recap of all of our events and the things we do. And we hope to see you this season on the road.
Birdgang Travel does it right. How they get the fans together is phenomenal. They make it very easy. They think of every detail. They make it as easy as can be. You meet a lot of other Cardinal fans, and it's a great time.
Some of us that can't afford it, anything else, the package is awesome.
You get to meet all kinds of people that you may sit next to at the stadium, and then all of a sudden you don't realize you get here and you go, oh man, you sit next to me.
1 through 10, definitely a 10.